Welcome to Electric Dreams 2022, the first CMA International Symposium and Exhibition. Our event is organized by the members of staff and some students of the Computational Media and Arts Department of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology in Guangzhou, in partnership this year with the Shaw Auditorium Unit and the School of Humanities and Social Science at the HKUST Hong Kong campus. My name is Theo Papatheodorou, and I'm a professor of practice in Computational Media and Arts at HKUST Guangzhou, and I will be your host for today. We are a new department in a brand new Guangzhou campus of HKUST, seen here in the pictures, and we wanted to mark our moving into our new home with a symposium and exhibition. Due to the continuing pandemic restrictions here in mainland China, we are unable to invite every one of you to join us here. So we moved this festival and exhibition online. We hope that the future incarnations of this event will be hosted in person to our new amazing facilities in Guangzhou. The new campus only just opened, and it's truly a stunning place to work, live, and study. On the symposium side, we have two fantastic days of talks planned for you, with 12 internationally acclaimed artists, curators, critical theorists, and collectors of computational art giving talks, as well as participating in panel discussions facilitated by the CMA team. We would absolutely love for you to participate in these discussions. If you have a question for our speakers or panelists, please submit them on our YouTube stream chat or one of the other streams. If you go to our main site, which is electricdreams.ust.hk, click on the symposium live stream, which is up there, and then you click on one of your preferred channels, and you just somebody will be there monitoring. So on YouTube, for example, somebody is monitoring the chat there. We'd love to hear from you, questions from the speakers. The schedule on day one of the symposium is this. We are starting with an hour-long talk and discussion by our keynote speaker, Memo Akten, followed by 20-minute talks by our other speakers. At the end of the morning session, we'll have a panel discussion with our speakers, followed by an hour-long break at 9:30 UK time, 4:30 Beijing time. After the break, we will continue with 20-minute talks and Q&As with 3 more speakers, followed by another panel discussion. We will follow a similar schedule tomorrow, day 2 of the symposium. Of course, I would like to also draw your attention to the online exhibition that is running at the same time, which can be accessed again from our site by clicking on the exhibition link. 14 international artists have their works displayed on a virtual island, which acts as a gallery space. We also have on the site works from 12 talented students. All the works in the exhibition will be available online until June 2023. Before I hand over to our keynote speaker, I would like to tell everyone that our department is looking to expand rapidly, and we are hiring members of staff with expertise in computational media and arts. And I would like to invite all of you to come work with us. The working conditions are wonderful. There are plenty of research grants provided by the university, and it's a wonderful career opportunity for academics that want to work in a university that's ranked 34th in the world according to QS rankings. Information about these faculty positions can be found in this link, and I'll share it later with all of you. And to the students watching us, I would like to say that our department offers 20 to 30 full scholarships each year to study with us, to do state-of-the-art research with us. If you liked what you hear today by our speakers, if this is the kind of field that excites you, apply to join us for an MPhil or PhD. And again, more information on that link here. And the presentation, this presentation with the links that I just showed you can be accessed by going to this web address. So without any further delay, I'd like to introduce Memo Akten. Memo is a multidisciplinary artist, experimental filmmaker, musician, and computer scientist from Turkey. He has been working with emerging technologies for many years now, drawing from fields such as artificial intelligence, computational creativity, neuroscience, physics, biology, ecology, and philosophy. He has a PhD in artificial intelligence from Goldsmiths in London and PhD in expressive human-machine interaction. And with his work, he's considered one of the world's leading pioneers in the use of AI in art. He's currently Assistant Professor of Computational New Media Art at University of California, San Diego. And among his many accolades, Memo received the Golden Nika at Ars Electronica in 2013, and he has exhibited and performed internationally at venues such as the Grand Palais, the Barbican, the Royal Opera House, ZKM, Sonar Festival, Moscow Museum of Modern Art, Shanghai Ming Contemporary Art Museum, and many, many others. He has served as mentor and jury on numerous international awards, residencies, and conferences, such as SIGGRAPH, Ars Electronica, and Google Arts and Culture. Memo, very nice to see you. We are ready for your keynote presentation. The floor for about the next 40 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much, Theo. Hopefully you can hear me and you can all see my screen. I'm very honored to be giving the opening keynote to the first of this conference, this symposium, particularly at a time, at a very critical time, I think, and I'll get to that. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world, wherever you might be. For me, it's 9 a.m. I'm in Turkey, and the title of my talk is Distributed Consciousness. And this title comes from a project that I did last year that also has the same title, Distributed Consciousness. And when Theo first invited me to give this keynote, I thought I would talk about that project and the motivations and the themes behind that project. But a lot has happened in the last few months. When I made that project last year, we didn't have Disco Diffusion, we didn't have DALL-E 2, we didn't have Midjourney, we didn't have Stable Diffusion, which came out just a few days ago. And the impact of these things, I think, are more significant than we realize. And if you're not familiar with what these things are, that is exactly what I'm going to talk about. And it turns out that this title, Distributed Consciousness, I think is even more relevant now than it was last year when I was making the work that I'm going to talk about. So I'm not going to talk too much about my past work. I want to talk about some of these new themes, but first, to give a bit of context, I do want to talk a little bit about where I come from to give a very, very quick but broad overview. So this is a selection of my work for the last kind of 15 years. I'm a computational artist. Theo already kind of gave a very in-depth summary of where I've kind of come from and what I've done. So I'll just very briefly talk about some of my motivations over the 2 decades. I'm very interested in nature and the nature of nature. But when I talk about nature, I don't just mean flowers. I also mean the phenomena that drives everything around us, from the nuclear fusion in the heart of the sun to the photosynthesizing organisms that fuel all of life on Earth, as well as the incredibly complex hyperobjects that we call human civilization and culture, and all the technologies that we create as well. And so my craft, so to speak, is code. I program. So everything that you're seeing here is essentially the result of custom software that I write to produce the kind of things that I want it to produce. And one of the aspects that I'm really, really interested in is, as Theo mentioned, expressive human-machine interaction. How do we, as humans, communicate with machines in an effective way, such that we can get machines to do what we want them to do? And as an artist, I'm particularly interested in doing this kind of interaction for expressive, creative works, and basically to augment human creative expression. This is what I've been doing for the past 2 decades, and I started a PhD in 2014 at Goldsmiths, which is where I met Theo, actually. And my PhD was in deep learning. So deep learning is the flavor of AI that we have today. So in 2014, I started doing a PhD, and I finished it in kind of 2018, but because of the pandemic, it took a bit longer in the end. But my PhD was in meaningful human control. How can we as humans meaningfully control the output of, let's say, generative deep learning models. And what has happened within the last year, I think, is nothing short of quite mind-blowing. And that's what the topic of my talk today is going to be. So you might have seen this video briefly in the kind of clip that I played. This is from 2015. This is using an algorithm called DeepDream. Some of you might be quite familiar with this. Arguably, this is when the deep learning revolution, or the AI revolution for the arts, began. I don't want to say AI because AI goes back, way back to the 60s with Harold Cohen, etc. But particularly machine learning, or particularly deep learning in the arts, began with, I'd say, with DeepDream in 2015. In 2015, we also had style transfer. We also had the first DC image-based DCGAN. So it was a big year for the arts clashing with deep learning. But I was really obsessed with DeepDream. The reason I was really obsessed with DeepDream was because, and I won't go into the technical details of it now, because I was really interested in how our minds became entangled with the algorithm. Because we would look at this and we would say, oh, look at all the puppy slugs, look at all the bird lizards. But actually, there are no puppy slugs or bird lizards. What's happening is the DeepDream algorithm is seeing noise, and it's trying to make sense of that noise based on what it already knows. And it amplifies certain neural activations to modify the image such that it can recognize it. So it projects recognizable features onto that noise. And then when we look at the resulting image, that's exactly what we do. Obviously, the mechanisms through which our brain does it is completely different. But conceptually, we look at this and we're trying to make sense of this noise. We're projecting these puppies and slugs onto this image. So in a sense, our minds are completely entangled with this system. The biological and the artificial neural network are entangled in this duet of meaning making. So a lot of my work, particularly back then in those days, using deep learning, was around this. It was about exploring how machines that learn reflect on the world and how we can use that to reflect on our own self-affirming cognitive biases. Because you can put this into an artificial neural network. It's pure random white noise. And it goes on a long journey through multiple dimensions and transformations in space and time, because quite literally, that is what a deep neural network is, to produce this, a more structured noise with a particular distribution. And we are machines that yearn structure. It's who we are and what we've always done. We look for patterns and we find them and we project what we know onto them. We invent stories and we believe them. This is how we deal with uncertainty, and it's how we connect with each other. We invent rituals, algorithms for the body and mind to transform our mental and emotional states to otherwise unattainable modes of being. We see things not as they are, but as we are. Everything that you see or read or hear, even these sentences that I'm saying right now, you're trying to make sense of by relating to your own past experiences, filtered by your prior beliefs and knowledge. And actually, I have no idea what any of what I'm saying means to any of you. It's impossible for me to see the world through your eyes and feel what you feel without having read everything you've read, seen everything you've seen, and lived everything you've lived. So this is from a series of projects called Learning to See. It's an artificial neural network running real-time inference on a live camera input. And there's a few themes behind this work. On a practical level, it's part of my research on meaningful human control. So particularly around the time when I did this, we could get machines to generate images, but we had no control over what that image was. So part of my research was, how can I control and perform, particularly in real time, what the machine creates? How can I tell it to create fire instead of clouds? How can I tell it to create fire here or there? So this was one attempt at doing it. But there are higher level motivations here. So this is a network which has seen nothing but thousands of images of waves or flowers. And it looks upon the world and sees my desk and my hands and these cables. And it tries to make sense of it in context of what it's seen before. But it can see only through the filter of what it already knows, just like us, because we too see things not as they are, but as we are. So as well as a number of videos, I also made this as an installation. There's a plinth with a bunch of junk on it, broken cables, some dirty rags. And you can spend a few seconds playing with them for a quick bit of fun. Or if you're like me, you can spend hours meticulously crafting your perfect bouquet. And for example, I didn't code that the earbuds and this cloth should form flowers in a particular way. But because the system is real-time and interactive with continuous control, I could play and learn it the same way one learns to play a musical instrument. And I discovered that this is what the system had done. So this is part of how I was thinking that we would work together, humans and machines, to try and communicate with machines. But something really huge happened in 2021, which I'm going to get to, which kind of changed my opinion on that. So meanwhile, back to this project, you could, I trained a model on waves. Flowers represents earth. So these are the four elements of nature. There was fire as clouds, and then the fifth element, cosmos. Beyond our planets, the ether, the void, cosmos. This is a neural network trained on thousands of images from the Hubble Space Telescope. So I realized I forgot to enable sound. I'm just going to need to stop screen sharing for 1 second and reshare, because I need to enable sound. Okay. Hopefully you can hear this.
I like to think of a cybernetic network where mammals and computers live together in mutually programming harmony, like pure water touching clear sky. I like to think of a cybernetic forest filled with pines and electronics, where ideas stroll peacefully past computers as if they were flowers with spinning blossoms. I like to think of a cybernetic ecology where we are free of our labors and joined back to nature, return to our mammal brothers and sisters. And all watched over by machines of love and grace.
So this was a poem by, let me just mute it. So this was a poem by Richard Brautigan from 1967 that I read, and I made the visuals. I made this exactly a year ago, in July 2021. And it kind of blew my mind that I could do this in 2021, and the Deep Dream video was 2015. And in the 6 years, we had gone from that Deep Dream video to this. And this is made possible, this particular video, with a technology called transformers. which came out in 2017, but in particular in January of last year. So the timelines are quite important here. In January of last year, 2021, a company by the name of OpenAI released something called Clip, which is what underlies what I'm using here, which is basically allows you to use text to generate images. I mean, Clip is a bit more generic, but basically a couple of Twitter users, Advernoun and Crows Have Wings, made some codes that allowed you to generate images using Clip. So at the time, it was pretty raw code. The animation aspects I had to add in, and it's pretty tedious work, but basically everything you're seeing here is made with just text descriptions. And that was already blowing my mind like crazy. Now we're just 1 year later, and I'll show you some new images of what's happened in this past year. But before I do that, I want to talk about the actual project Distributed Consciousness, which I also made last year. I was working on this in July, August. And this also uses the same technology. So all the images that you see were generated with text, just basically prompts. But I'll talk about this project and the motivations. So this Distributed Consciousness began life as an NFT collection, and it evolved into other things, installations. And in fact, the work that I have as part of the exhibition is a kind of virtual installation version of this. The team's done an amazing job getting that online. So please do check the exhibition. So Distributed Consciousness is a multifaceted work that spans themes of artificial intelligence, distributed computation, distributed cognition, evolution, phenomenology, ecological awareness, climate change, activism, and cephalopods. It uses the technologies of machine learning, generated imagery and text, steganography, and blockchain-based smart contracts and NFTs. So as I mentioned, the project first manifested itself as an NFT collection. These are some of the images from the NFT collection. So these are all AI-generated images. I use custom software. This is a bit more than just prompts, but actually that's kind of detail that's not relevant right now. And so there's 256 images I made. That's 2 to the power of 8, because obviously octopuses have 8 legs. And actually, there's 2 separate NFT collections that are related, and everything that I showed so far was from the first one. I call these tentacular critters, and I released the project in 2 phases, which I think of as a kind of 2-part performance. The first phase was the release of the 256 images of the tentacular critters, and that took place from the 16th to the 31st of October last year. And I released 16 every day using like an automated smart contract. Every day, 16 was spawned into the world and put up for auction. And I didn't do anything to create a community. I didn't even have a Discord, which is what all NFT projects need. But somehow a community formed and evolved. So that was quite fascinating to observe. But I'll move on. A month after the release, I announced the second phase. And the second phase was that there was a secret. And the secret was that every one of the 256 images that was spawned and minted and sold had in fact some text cryptographically encoded in it using steganography. This was a verse hidden amongst the pixels, invisible to the human eye, but readable by code. And so the entire collection of images is in fact a poem, a book, a manifesto. And this entire text was also generated using AI, using another transformer called GPT-3, which you might have heard of. So this manifesto is a human-machine co-creation meditation and spans topics of consciousness, free will, life, death, art, technology, ritual, ecology, economy, and sustainability. And already working with these things last year and the years before, I was very aware of their literal consciousness expanding capabilities, particularly working with GPT-3, because, I mean, many people will say that it's not perfect. You can tell that it's not human. But that's really not, I think, the interesting thing. The interesting thing is that it's trained on the entirety of the internet. And talking with GPT-3 is kind of like talking with a search engine, except it's not a search engine, it's a search and synthesis engine. It's not giving you what's happened, it's giving you what could happen. So in a way, I would have a conversation and I could get it to format what I was saying and embellish it and literally give me answers based on what the entirety of the collective consciousness of humanity that has been archived on the internet has said about a particular topic. So as part of this secret reveal, each verse I released over the course of the following weeks as audiovisual readings. You can see the entire manifesto at this URL. It's about an hour and a half long, the whole thing. And I've edited that down to 25 minutes for an installation version, and that's the version that's also in the exhibition. And just to give you an idea, I'll just play a very short excerpt.
Your consciousness is not confined to your body, but extends infinitely in all directions. You are not a separate being from the rest of the universe, but an integral part of it. There is no such thing as a separate body. You are merely an accumulation of energy fields, flowing particles and vibrating strings. Whenever you see the hundreds and hundreds of stars in the sky, remember, whenever the internet is not a bunch of computers connected to each other, but a bunch of human minds connected to each other. It is an incredible technology, but technology is not neutral. Right now, the biggest tech companies are making some of the most important connections in our society, connecting people with products and services, connecting advertisers to users.
So yeah, it's like that for 25 minutes. And I do, urge you to check it out. It's quite fascinating for me working with particularly GPT-3 in that context, because I do feel, I've never said this before, and I'm working with AI a lot, or all kinds of algorithmic technologies, but this is the first one where I will say that this was a collaboration with the computer. This was a collaboration with the computer. Maybe if that's stretching it, it was a collaboration with the collective consciousness of everyone who has contributed to the model that I interacted with. And that's a bold claim. I'm going to come back to it at the end. So I want to first talk about some of the motivations behind this particular project before coming back to what's happening right now. So there's a few threads behind this work. The first one is what I call the spark. So I've been, throughout the pandemic, and even right now, actually, I've been in a small fishing village in the Mediterranean in Turkey. And I go snorkeling pretty much daily, and I see octopuses very often. And usually they're like 3-4 meters deep, where you don't see much color. The water filters out all the frequencies, so that's why you always just see bluish green. But one day I saw an octopus on a rock, just a few centimeters from the surface, where it was under a full spectrum of sunlight, and it flashed at me the most intense colors, and it completely blew my mind. And this was the spark that ignited all the loose, highly flammable material that was floating around in my head at the time. And it's worth parting that particular aspect with regards to how ideas happen and how inspiration and sparks go together, because I'll be revisiting this phenomena at the very end of my presentation. And in fact, I tweeted this at the time. The second thread relates to the blockchain, and there's a lot to be said about the current developments around so-called Web3 phenomena, whether it's the VC-backed hyper-capitalist extreme libertarian values driving its growth, or the ecological nightmare that is proof of work blockchains such as Ethereum. But the point I'd like to focus on right now is the more philosophical one. I've been working within this field of AI for many years, but only recently has this term exploded in popularity. This is the Google News trends if you search for AI. And as you can see, it exploded around 2015. And this is the term, this is the graph for the term big data. You can see that it didn't exist till about 2011, and then it started exploding. So I'm really fascinated by how after a steady period of big data, we get AI. I like the provocation that consciousness is evolution's solution to dealing with big data in the natural world. And I wrote a big article about this, well, a blog post in 2014, talking about how as big data evolved in the natural world with vision, etc., our neural pathways had to be more efficient in dealing with that, to be able to make predictions about the world, to escape predators or hunt down prey, and even more complex organisms to be able to model the environment would have to make become more intelligent. And going even further, to make any kind of social interactions, we might need to have a kind of a model of not just the environment, but of other entities, of agents in this environment, as well as a model of ourselves as an agent in that environment, modeling other agents, modeling themselves and modeling us as well. So your consciousness is in fact an abstracted high-level interface that I can empathize with. It's my interface to you. So I like this metaphor and provocation of consciousness being evolution, so dealing with big data in the natural world. And now I'm really interested on the rise of decentralized computation or distributed computation with smart contract-based blockchains. I find this fascinating as a metaphor relating to the rise of multicellular organisms in biology, where every cell in the body is itself an autonomous machine, also containing a full copy of the genetic code, and a body is a distributed network of such cells reaching consensus in a distributed manner. And the third thread is just related to what remarkable creatures cephalopods are, and their level of intelligence and their type of intelligence is so alien to us. They don't even have, well, their central brain is just 10% of their central nervous system. Each arm is pretty much semi-autonomous, and the arms can communicate with each other without even informing the central brain. So the octopus has a very alien distributed intelligence. It's a very different kind of intelligence to the one that we're accustomed to. And to paraphrase the philosopher Thomas Nagel, can we even imagine what it is like to be an octopus? And the fourth thread behind this project is related to the rise of AI and how it's forced us to think about these other kinds of intelligences. As I mentioned, 2015 is when the AI explosion happened in our kind of mainstream collective consciousness. So that was 2015. And in 2016, we had not one, not two, but three mainstream books on octopuses. And these are all really wonderful books. So they are Simon Montgomery Solo on Octopus, Staying with the Trouble by Donna Haraway, and Other Minds by Peter Godfrey Smith. And they came out in that order in 2016. They're all really wonderful books in very different ways, but of course, none of these books are really just about cephalopods. Instead, all of these books invite us to reflect on the nature of our relationship with non-human intelligences and consciousnesses that we share our planet with. They invite us to face the final Copernican trauma that is waiting ahead of us, to relinquish that last bastion of hope that we are desperately clinging onto with regards to somehow being a superior and uniquely special species. So with the emergence of AI, we are now facing these age-old questions that we've pondered over for thousands of years through this new lens of computation. And cephalopods, with their incredibly advanced and distributed intelligence, represent a great example of an already existing, non-human, seemingly alien, decentralized mind. To quote Cy Montgomery from The Soul of an Octopus, more than 500 million years ago, the lineage that would lead to octopuses and the one leading to humans separated. Was it possible, I wondered, to reach another mind on the other side of that divide? Octopuses represent the great mystery of the other. Peter Godfrey Smith has a very similar sentiment. In the interests of time, I'm not going to read it. Donna Haraway, staying with the trouble, she takes a very different approach. Again, in the interest of time, I won't read the quote, but I'd say her sentiment is quite similar, but she expands into thinking about other ways of being in the world, and thinking beyond just our bodies and minds, and as individuals that are independent from nature, quote unquote. And so distributed consciousness was the project that I tried to bring all of these things together and invite us to meditate on the interconnectedness of all human, non-human, living and non-living things across manifold scales of time and space, and meditate on the awe-inspiring beauty of the universe with all its complexity and simplicity that gave rise to the different kinds of minds able to meditate back on the awe-inspiring beauty of the universe, particularly in times of ecological collapse and urgency, and encourage thinking about working towards multi-species flourishing and abandoning blind faith in gods, both the old overseers and the new technofixers. To quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, we are all connected to each other biologically, to the earth chemically, to the rest of the universe atomically. So that was what the original distributed consciousness was about. I went through it quite quickly because I want to talk about distributed consciousness version 2. This was all my motivations last year. As I mentioned, I used Transformers and OpenAI's Clip. And at the time, it was quite inaccessible, what I did and the way I did that project. But it was on its route to becoming relatively accessible. There was a huge open source movement, pretty much organizing on Twitter and Discord to produce so-called Google Colab notebooks, which would allow people to use these tools without coding, without necessarily having a technical background. And so towards, I guess, the second half of last year, all of a sudden we started getting things like Disco Diffusion, which is a Google Colab notebook that allows non-technical folks to play with these technologies. And then over the months, something called Midjourney was released and DALL-E 2 was released. And I'll start with DALL-E. It basically looks like this. You type in a sentence and you get an image. This is in a beta, so it's not accessible by everybody, but it's the first one that really gave quite even more incredible results. I was blown away by what I could achieve last year. But when I first started playing with DALL-E, it really blew my mind. So I'm going to go through a few thousands of images. And I wanted to focus on the quantity here because I'm less interested personally in the quality of individual images, but rather just the magnitude of the space of possibilities, the universe. So here I'm always trying to create, I'm not fully exploring, I'm still working in the distributed consciousness universe of structures. So Donna Haraway talks about the tentacular critters with the feelers and the hair and the unduly things. So that was really the aesthetic that I was going for. And basically, you know, I could generate thousands of these images within a matter of hours. One of the methods that we use is something called variations, where you'd say, okay, give me, I like that one, give me more of that kind of image. And this allows you to, instead of just getting random images, kind of go down rabbit holes and explore and, in a way, meaningfully control the outputs. So yeah, I'm just going to go through really, really quickly here, just to give you an idea of the scale of what the machine is generating. I give it one prompt, and I tweak the prompt. So I might say glass structures, this, that, the other, and yeah, it just goes through. So it's worth noting, I would point out that these images, the images themselves aren't necessarily what we might think of as artistic or pretty images. One could argue that the content, like maybe these structures, are like sculptures, that they might be considered artworks. But these images, they just look like they're randomly cropped. They're not necessarily pretty images. Really, the goal here, I see this as a tool to expand my imagination, to come up with concepts, visual or even structural, and eventually use these for, you know, games, films, books, or just ideation. So, you know, it just goes on and on. I tried creating more quote-unquote pretty images if you prompted it accordingly, you know, a beautiful artistic photograph of an intricate glass sculpture, etc. But I'm quite amazed by how well DALL-E understands light and reflection and refraction and translucency, even subsurface scattering. And while the way the light responds might not be mathematically or physically perfectly accurate, to a first approximation, it's definitely, I find it very convincing and quite photorealistic. So I tried other approaches. These are some sketches. I told it to generate sketches or technical illustrations. I'm quite impressed by the consistency within each image, like how it draws the same structure that it invents from different perspectives. So it kind of shows that it has an internal model of what it is creating, some kind of annotated diagrams. And while these images are not functional technical illustrations, you couldn't use them for manufacture, I'd like to emphasize the first key point that I want to drive home today, and that is, as impressive as all this is, which I think it is very impressive, it's still raw research. The tools themselves are so rudimentary. There hasn't been any effort on producing tools that we humans would want if we wanted to use them for creative purposes. Now that we are seeing the technology, the raw technology capable of producing incredible images, now we will enter a new phase where we will see lots of startups, lots of funding into making tools that sit on top of this technology that allow us to use it in a way that we want to use it. So if you thought that what happened in this last year was crazy, which I think it was, I think the next few years is going to be even crazier. Here's a few more images. I was kind of going for a Wes Anderson style look from a film set, and you know, I'm pretty happy with these results. Again, the key thing to think about here is this is a tool that's not just augmenting my creativity, but it's expanding my imagination. And I'm going to come back to that. So now I'll switch to Midjourney. Midjourney is a completely different tool. It's a tiny company founded by David Holtz, who was the founder of Leap Motion, if you know what that is. It's not, they have no external funding. It's a kind of like an experiment. And the creator and founder of David Holtz has said many times in interviews, he didn't want to create something that could create deepfakes. So it's not meant to give photorealistic results. Its focus is on creating beautiful images. I still managed to get, you know, quite photorealistic results. It's not impossible, but every image is basically pretty in the sense that it has good composition. The image is aesthetically very strong, unlike what DALL-E produces. And this was by design. That's how they designed it. So we can see here that the intent of the developers really shines through in the model. And it also feels like I have more control in Midjourney just because of the way the variations work. So all of these you're seeing started from the same seed phrase. And just by basically what I think of it like breeding, it's like evolution. For example, you see one that you like, you say, give me more like that one. It gives you a few more like that one. You pick one you like and you go through. Like, for example, maybe one at some point had a small, tiny bulb on its head. And I said, give me more like that one. And of those children, one had a slightly bigger bulb on its head. I said, give me more like that one. And after many, many iterations, you have things like this with a huge bulb on its head. So even though I've generated like thousands of these, it's not a case of I say, give me 1,000 images. It's like every iteration, there is intent. So yeah, just so many. For example, that group of 4 is the output of one iteration. And it's just mind-blowing how many of these things that you can create. It's quite incomprehensible. A key thing to understand here is I didn't imagine any of these creatures in my head as they are. Rather, this is all coming out of the computer's imagination, which is a kind of controversial way to put it, but I'm going to come to that. But I'm effectively steering that. The software is doing the imagining, and I'm doing the filtering. This is another direction another rabbit hole that I found in that part of the space. And this is a tiny sample. So this is what I'm working on right now. I'm pretty happy with these results. Again, it's the results of lots and lots of prompt tweaking and selective breeding. So really, the selective breeding seems to be, it's how we made wolves turn into poodles and chihuahuas. Well, it's evolution is how an amoeba turned into us. So it's a very similar way of working. And my aesthetic choices are the evolutionary selective pressure on what gets generated. So I want to wrap up with some final thoughts. Of course, there's lots of issues and questions around these technologies, where they're at and where they're going. I'm only going to mention a few of them very briefly because I want to focus on one particular topic. There are, of course, ethical and legal considerations and questions around what's happening. These models are trained on pretty much all of the images on the internet, including the works of artists that are alive without their consent. And what are the legal and ethical implications of using artists' work to train these models so that we can create images that resemble those artists' works without requiring their skill, their experience, and their labor, without the original artists being compensated or even acknowledged? And how do we, or do we even attempt to, manage consent of works being used for training such models? According to my research and understanding of copyright, which I'm not a legal scholar, but I've spoken to a lot of legal scholars about this, it appears that current copyright law allows for the scraping of data to be used in such models, but the outputs of such models cannot be copyrighted because it's been generated by a machine with apparently minimal human intervention. So how will copyright law evolve now that these technologies are becoming so powerful and ubiquitous? I think that's a very fascinating question. Okay, Since these models are trained on data on the internet, they encode within them all of our biases. So what are the downstream effects of this, and how can this be mitigated? Furthermore, the models also carry the biases of their developers. As you can see, Midjourney is radically different to DALL-E, and that's a conscious design decision by the developers of Midjourney. What will be the impact of these technologies on jobs? jobs in the creative sectors, designers, illustrators, storyboard artists, 3D modelers, composers, video editors, script writers. Of course, there'll be loads of new jobs that are created, as always, but what happens to those who cannot adapt and their skills become obsolete? And these tools require immense computation and power to develop. So what are the consequences of this power being in the hands of so few and distributed to the masses only at their whim and under their control? So these are all difficult questions that we are going to have to answer and face. There are also some other interesting questions that are more philosophical in nature, but have very direct practical consequences. For example, one that I hear a lot, yeah, but is it art? If you type something into a computer and it gives you an image, is it art? Who's the artist? Is it me? Is it the machine? Is it the software developers? Is it the millions of people around the world that are alive, whose data the model was trained on? Now, I have some answers to these questions, which I'm not going to talk about right now. But I want to simplify this question by removing the amorphous term art and instead ask, who is the author? Because then we don't have to worry about, is it art? So who is the author? Is it me? Is it the machine? Is it the software developers? Is it the millions of people whose data the model was trained on? And I think this question has a simple answer. Yes, all of the above. Or maybe it's no. Because I think the concept of authorship, as it has existed in the past, is becoming, if not already, is completely obsolete. Even the way that Midjourney works is very much geared towards emphasizing this. And as much as I hate the complete sensory overload of Discord, I do love this aspect of Midjourney. This is Midjourney. If you're not familiar, it's basically a Discord bot. So it happens in a public chat. And if you haven't used Discord, imagine a WhatsApp group with 1 million people in it. And I'm not exaggerating, Midjourney has 1 million members. So in real time, you can see everybody typing their prompt in the public chats, and the results are automatically generated within a few seconds or minutes and posted back into the chat. Everybody can see, can learn from the prompts, can copy the prompts. You can take an image you like and just tweak the prompt and resubmit it. So the concept of ownership is blurred even further. And I like this about the way Midjourney is implemented because it's acknowledging and making a feature of the fact that ownership is already so complicated, or authorship is so complicated within this system, and that the images that are created are the result of a distributed consciousness. But the problem is, in our society, we value heroes and heroines. That's what we want. And everything about the way our society is structured is around heroes and heroines, even everything we see in Hollywood. So I don't know how or even if our culture can shift to a different way of valuing collective creation. So that's a huge topic as well. I'm not going to go deeper into that. I want to go into the final question, which is actually not creativity. Creativity is a topic that we love to talk about, particularly with regards to machines being creative. In previous talks, I talk about this quote by Ada Lovelace that's always quoted, the idea that machines cannot be creative. I've written about this. Many people have written about this. I'll leave that for another time. I will just say that the system that is me plus the machine together is infinitely more creative, at least from a productivity point of view, than me without this machine. And the amount that I've been able to generate, not just images, but ideas in the past few months is quite ludicrous. So we can think, let's just call this AI-assisted creativity. And what's happening now and what we will see in the next few months and years, it is a paradigm shift. And I don't use that phrase lightly. I don't even know how to deal with it. So there should be no doubt that my creativity, including the system that includes the machine, is now on another plane, another dimension. But the key question, a word that I've used a few times throughout this presentation, is imagination. What's happening to imagination? And this is my final question that I'd like to leave you with. So first of all, I don't like the term AI because it has too much baggage. I know that when I say AI, each of you has something else going on in your head. I don't know what's going on in each of your head, but it's probably very different to what's actually happening in Midjourney or DALL-E. So I'm not going to say AI, I'm just going to talk about what's really happening. The software is learning. And many people will find that term too provocative as well to use in the context of a machine. But I like it, so I'm going to use it. So the software is learning, and it's learning from pretty much everything that's on the internet as curated by the developers. It's learning from the archive of almost the entirety of human knowledge that has been recorded on the internet, which is still ridiculously small compared to the entirety of human knowledge and the human experience, but it's still a heck of a lot. So when we interact with these models, we are somehow interacting with a model, an imperfect model, but a model nevertheless, of the entirety of recorded human knowledge online. All of these images that I've shown you today, I did not imagine in my head. I do feel authorship over them because I've spent many laborious hours, weeks, sometimes even months, steering and honing in particular outcomes. There was a creative process involved with intent. And so I feel I have a sense of authorship. And I did start with a vision in my head, but I did not start with these particular visions in my head. I just chose what I liked from the selection given to me by the software. And there's nothing wrong with that. There are many creative jobs today that work on that basis. But I just want to acknowledge that a generator is a very different skill set from a discriminator. I love Chopin, the composer, pianist. I know that I love Chopin. I can hear a Chopin nocturne, and even if I've never heard that particular piece before, I'll probably like it, and I might even recognize it to be Chopin. So I'm a very good musical discriminator. I know what I like. But being a composer is more than knowing what you like. Being a composer is typically, not always, but typically is about imagining a sequence of notes in your head and then bringing them into the world by writing them down. At least that's what being a composer used to be. So now there are people who can hear or see things entirely in their head that they want to bring into the world. This happens to me, so I know what it's like. And sometimes these people do have the skills to bring those things into the world, either themselves directly or by hiring other skilled people. And as such, they become artists or directors or composers. They imagine and they create. Sometimes there are people who also see or hear things entirely in their head, but unfortunately, they don't have the skills or opportunities to realize their visions, to bring their visions into the world. They become very frustrated. I know because that also happens to me sometimes. Now, these tools are going to be mind-blowingly liberating for both these types of people. But in reality, most of us, including myself again, we live somewhere in between these two extremes where we don't really have the full entirety of our vision clear in our head. Rather, it's a very iterative process. And back and forth, we generate something. And this is what's happening with these tools. But I wonder how much imagination are we externalizing? We'd already started offloading our memory and cognition to external devices tens of thousands of years ago. And first we started externalizing our memory, then we started externalizing actual cognitive processes. And all of this externalization came with benefits and disadvantages. For one thing, it's made this possible, that you can see and hear me being carried across on electrons and photons all around the world. It's allowed our technologies to develop in the way that it has developed. But on the flip side, there's evidence that our brains are being rewired to have shorter attention spans and poorer memory. I know from myself, when I was a teen, I used to be able to someone who could finish a book in a few days and read 8 hours a day. Now I read 10 books at a time and I can't finish any I can barely finish an article. So right now, when I use these tools, I am merging my imagination with the imagination of the collective consciousness, and I am being elevated to levels that I wasn't before. And I am, in effect, collaborating with every single person involved in the creation and output of this tool. And every iteration of this creative process, I evaluate the results of our collective imagination and the results of the fruits of our collective consciousness, our distributed collective consciousness. And this is amazing. And I have no doubt that this is taking me and all of humanity's creativity and imagination to other dimensions. But this is what's happening today. What about tomorrow? Today, I am merging my imagination, as I said, but what about in 10 years when these tools are infinitely better? Would I even need an imagination? Would we as a society even value human imagination? It seems like obviously we would, but history shows that all of these technologies rewire us in ways that is always unexpected. And I'm not asking about humanity on the whole, I'm asking about on an individual level. So my final slide, I know I overran a bit. I don't really know the answer to this. I'm just wondering, if you pardon the pun, I'm trying to imagine the outcome. In the same way that our brains are being rewired due to the externalization of memory and many other cognitive processes, what will be the long-term impact on our individual brains due to an externalization of imagination on this scale, as we gradually tend towards becoming discriminators instead of generators? In addition to what this technology enables, what does it disable? What is the Faustian bargain that we are signing here? /imagine prompt, a Faustian bargain, externalizing our imagination to computers trained on huge data sets, scraped from the internet. The imagination of the collective consciousness filtered through the machine is infinitely more vast than any single human could possibly comprehend. Very detailed, dramatic, epic, hyperreal, trending on ArtStation, 8K, Unreal Engine, --AR16.9. And that's what we get. But we also get this, so who knows? So I'm sorry I ran a bit over time. Thank you for your patience. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Memo, for this wonderful keynote speech. We have run a little bit of over time, but that's absolutely okay. We'll skip the little break that we had scheduled. We have a few questions from you from the audience, Memo, but we'll keep them from the panel discussion in about 40 minutes time. So let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Refik Anadol. He's a media artist and a pioneer in the aesthetics of machine intelligence, currently residing in Los Angeles, where he directs the Refik Anadol studio. As an artist, he investigates what ubiquitous computing has meant for humanity, as well as what it means to be human in the age of AI. A pioneer in the field of AI art, Refik's audiovisual performances have featured at iconic landmarks, museums, and festivals worldwide, including Walt Disney Concert Hall, Hammer Museum, Doug Moon designed Plaza, Art House, the Center Pompidou, the Florence Biennale, Venice Architectural Biennale, Art Basel, and many others. Refik is also a lecturer and researcher at UCLA's Department of Design Media Arts, from which he graduated with a Master's of Fine Arts. Refik, welcome to Electric Dreams. We're looking forward to hearing your talk. The floor
Thank you so much. Thank you. So wonderful to be here, Rui, a wonderful colleague from DMA, Memo, a wonderful colleague and a pioneer in the field that inspired many of us. And Lula, it's so great to be here all together, Luba, together with all these events. So I will be quickly dive to the keynotes, and I'll do my best to fit in my timing. So I'm also a media artist and practicing last, I guess now 14 years, I can say. Born in Istanbul, Turkey. I think the city was incredibly inspiring in my journey. I think the idea of like connecting physical worlds in the West and East and the left and right and the physical and virtual, I guess this idea of like eclectic design to the environment that has been like centuries old information and the culture. And I think to me, what was, I guess, a first encounter with the machine intelligence or the idea of computation was 8 years old. And I was very fortunate to get one of my early Commodore 128 and like deep dive into the, I guess, addicted to the games till end of high school. And I was super inspired by this escapism, I guess, in the early years. And I have been very much in love with it in pretty much like, I guess, strategic games, but also really enjoyed very, very basic programming. And maybe very cliche inspiration, but I'm still finding very powerful watching at Blade Runner, where I think my pure inspiration for science fiction started early that days. But I guess as a child, finding optimism than dystopia was something I think interesting. I didn't see anything that has proposing in the narrative of the movie, but I found that in near future environments and the flying cars and like, you know, an android like using an artificial memory, or the other one says that it's not your memory but it's someone else's memory. I think the idealization of like these memory ideas stuck in my mind, I guess, from those days. And 2005 to 2009, I was very fortunate in Istanbul, studied in visual communication design. But around those days, our department has a very close encounter with ZKM and Peter Weibel specifically. And occasionally, Ars Electronica was our partner of our department, where we have been exhibiting almost every year. Both these institutions truly inspired the journey because, first of all, again, grateful for Peter Weibel, who had been giving an amazing lecture, which was unfortunately not so many people were following his lectures. And then his colleague Benazer Ekse, the chief curator also at ZKM, was truly opened the brain. And around those days, which was the graduation year, I was super fortunate to attend this event in Berlin, where I witnessed an incredible group of people who have been speculating about the idea of embedding media into architecture. But I guess the most fascinating talk from all that, you know, tech-focused talk was Lev Manovich, and he's truly opened the brain. And I think today what I will be showing is truly try to understand these invisible patterns of data from the many different contexts. I started very early 2008 using, I guess, pure data, the very early days of like visual programming language. I found myself more comfortable in the visual language itself, but then luckily dive into the VVV, which was another like a software that truly, I guess, last 14 years I've been practicing in every single permanent installations around the world. And this software was also allowed me to like start early days of like projection mapping in real-time graphics and understanding the computer graphics and understanding the power of architecture as a canvas and light as a material. And early years was a super powerfully connected with like architects such as Sanas in Essen-Baden and learn their like vision, such as the top row, but also I learned that what they couldn't do. So this idea of like projecting the dreams of imagination to the existing physical quality of life became, I guess, a practice. And 2011 was another exciting year where I started learning about more computational design. And thanks to a colleague, Alper Derimboaz, who's a student of Greg Lynn, which has an incredible writing and an article about animate form, truly inspired the trajectory and started using data in the context of, I guess, three-dimensional environment. And this was when I started learning about like Grasshopper and more about like practicing with three-dimensional forms and try to create a project. And I think that's where super inspired by very fundamental algorithms and computer graphics. And I think that's where I started to feel that every single movement can happen for sure in a machine like, you know, randomization. But I found that this idea of using memory or data as a memory, and that memory can shape this randomization of the universe became a much more powerful idea than just randomly plotting information. And I think the idea of reality became also very powerfully inspired, the idea of like our limitations and looking about like Arnheim's and Aldous Huxley's like research truly opened the mind and how we can like do that. And I think, by the way, this frame is you will be seeing many times. And honestly, unfortunately, it's a rejection from the curator that I couldn't basically able to create a piece. It was very expensive. And that became this kind of like negative, like a data or a memory that turned into an experience. And as we all know, the data that became a much more important every single year in the last 14 years, I think my obsession became not only just a relevant personal egocentric thing, but the world truly like became this new engine. And I thought I found myself much finding meaningful connection between physical and virtual worlds, and specifically the culture itself and how we are becoming new entities and how the machines and the systems and the hardware and the software becoming new control mechanisms. And also this sense of displacements became a pure focus of my research, I guess. And as John Maeda says, design is a solution to a problem, art is a question to a problem. I found this statement incredibly powerful, and try to find a kind of a context on maybe the much challenged question of what does it really mean to be a human in the 21st century. And I think this question, of course, much heavier than I think my personal limitation of life. And that's one of the reasons I became a studio in 2014, right after graduating from the UCLA Design Media Arts department. And I was very fortunate to become a team right 2012 in my practice at DMA. It was one of the, like a case study, like being able to have a studio practice as like a collective intelligence that create endeavors around public art and permanent installations. And I think last several years were really, really exciting. And over the years, we were able to implement many media installations, specifically focusing on public art, specifically focusing on, in certain years, architectural context. And like Memo mentioned, there were so many breakthroughs happening in open source culture, and I'm specifically like super interested in the computer graphics and the evolution of like reality and rendering the reality. And also, unfortunately, had some events that triggered certain problems in life, such as Alzheimer's of my uncle, that allowed me to like a little bit deep dive into the neuroscience and its impact with AI. But always try to keep the public art in the course of the research and do as much as my best to practice here. But the Deep Dream, which is 2016 February, the event in San Francisco, truly changed my trajectory. I was the only one at the event, probably never use AI, but always obsessed with data. And that was when I started like work with the AMI team at Google, which I think one of the first generation AI artists in residence, completely changed the trajectory. And inspired from the Library of Babel and this idea of like one day every single information exists freely and openly, and in every single permutation of information can exist context. And we very much designed this archive dreaming idea, which 2016 February, to kind of an 8-9 months of research with like DC, GAN, and many other neural networks, and also like try to understand how to like machine decisions can become this new narrative. And I think obsession with latent space kind of starts over there, and really understanding how a machine can learn, but if it can learn, can it dream? If it can dream, what that dream could be, and also how that form of like machine decisions can cluster into new like beings. And I think I found this study like over the years very, very powerful in our trajectory. And I think archive dreaming back in time, when we tried to like load 1.7 million documents in the GPU and try to create a new novel findings of using information, turn into like a knowledge and eventually wisdom context, but also like try to understand like how can we truly interact with something that is beyond just a search bar? How can we know when we go somewhere to this library what that exists, and how we can understand what we learn fully? These questions in the library what really triggered our imagination, and also explore the similar space in VR and AR and XR eventually. And I think this is like how we took up as a studio and become like this practicing in this field a lot. And in the practice, what I also found very fascinating in 2016 December, when we were very, very, very aware of like, you know, doing, even though it's a random latent walks in the latent space, but still it was creating these beautiful artifacts. But I was finding something limited and something like not enough to practice in a 3D space. So around those days, this idea of machine hallucination started, and then practice with the fluid dynamics from many, many softwares. But I think this idea started almost 2011, I can say 12, specifically with Casey Rias, one of the hero and an incredible mind, allowed, I think, processing to happen with Ben Fry. He truly shaped this idea 2012, I can say, and practiced with fluid dynamics last 10 years. And over the years, this idea became as research for our studio. And last, I guess, 6 years, we trained more than 100 AI models, specifically focused on the NVIDIA's trajectory of style GAN series, the PG GAN, and download more than 2 billion data in different contexts, specific to urban space, nature, and culture was the focus. And over the years, we also wrote several softwares such as Latent Space Browser. One of the fundamental challenge was like what exactly latent space may have and how to interact with this universe that is much more have this latent cinema context. And this software allowed me to like, I guess, kind of thinking brush context, but also every single latent walk, I try to narrate them in these new ways of like finding data pigmentation. As you may see, like last 5-6 years, all different GAN results and the archive itself and the intention of the like learning rates and an intentional abstraction or reality turn into different behaviors in the research. And these pieces are in certain collections and in certain like museums, but I tried like still keep going in this like meditative space of like understanding what the two-dimensional universe or 1024-dimensional universe may mean that is beyond just a two-dimensional like a pixel space. And over the years, this software dimensional latent space browser is we also explore through sound, through like text, through like and many other like I guess recent multimodal explorations, and always try to like find this camera, I guess, in the mind of a machine, the desire. And unfortunately, this neuroscientific research started 2017, thanks to Adam Gesley of UCSF, and incredible minds allow us to like truly understand much complex information and how we can actually recognize the patterns of like remembering through fMRI, DTI, and also EEG data. But today I would also like to talk about the architectural context, because 2017, there was this beautiful encounter with NVIDIA. Also the CEO, Jensen Huang, became our collector and support of our studio. And that was a very inspiring talk. And I was not expecting to be able to like use such a powerful supercomputer for our studio and try things that are beyond our reach. For example, this project called Mission Destination New York, we were able to cluster 113 million images from social media and look at the city of New York, and specifically focus on the city itself, the urban itself, the practicing like beyond just personal information, but something that the city may hold in the mind. And way before, I guess, 2010, when I did my very first immersive room, this was another like a coming back to this idea of like immersive spaces became, I think 2018, I can say, we came back like this specific desire to like reconstruct our physical environments and kind of merge this machine intelligence with like this pixel space or a voxel space, or somehow like go beyond concrete, steel, or glass for the architectural context. And this specific installation was very well received from the audience in New York at Artec House. We received more than 600,000 audience in less than 4 months. And that was a really remarkable reaction that I started to find out this new audience base around our studio work. And this was a specific research, I will say, because it was a very heavy lifting. We are looking towards 6,000 by 36,000, like a massive pixel space, and there's 32 channel sound. And it was a really, I mean, again, 4 years ago, practicing in this medium was a really very challenging in terms of like computation and research. And over the 1 year later, Latent Being at Kraftwerk was another inspiring project where we were able to create this time a kind of a multi-dimensional installation where we were also like miming the neural network forms and also create a kind of a real-time latent walk based on the audience locations triggered by the Bluetooth beacon system. And the more like interacting with the real-time ideas, I found this much more fun through a much more focused like database research. For example, and we were able to train a neural net over like I guess pandemic, thanks to the Smithsonian's incredible 16,000 unique flower species datasets, and we were able to download 75 million images of floral systems. And this specific GAN was allowed us to go a little bit one step ahead. And thanks to Transit per minute, we were able to create a real-time scent augmentation on their AI called Charlie, which is trained on 500,000 molecules of scents. And this AI was allowed us to create this real-time augmentation of the scents, which is specifically scent data. I find it much more inspiring, like last I think it's 3 years, is truly multi-sensory experience, not just like a sound and a vision, but also the scent became very powerful and truly open-minding, also sort of like looking beyond just our basic, I guess, two senses. And over the years, as we all know, the blockchain was something that had been profoundly became much and much relevant. I started personally mining almost the same year Ethereum started. And as a, using computer graphics and many GPUs, it was a very like a normal finding. But what I was not super also enjoyed is the idea of like using this just a simple technique to like try to make a new genre. But to me, always finding reason to make art for anyone and any age and any culture in the world, I never want to leave that context and try to use NFTs last year specifically to focus public art first, and then the value came later. And the early start was very, very simple, I guess, thanks to friends, Beeple and Puck that have been constantly like discussing behind the scenes, like, is it like something to start and try? It was a very simple start for me. But over the years, our AI research, like which is focused on open public resources, was a very, I found it connection with this medium itself and again the culture itself. And over the years, all these studies through like AI research and machine learning, I guess, outputs and their artifacts and their couldn't be physically ready pieces, I found them very relevant for the audience around the crypto space. I guess one breakthrough happened for us was the speculation of what will happen if a physical space becomes an NFT, and try to like follow the light and space movement, and specifically maybe for some like infinity mirrored rooms. What will happen if the room itself is become not only physically exists but also becomes an NFT? This piece auctioned in Sotheby's in Hong Kong and get a record income, and that was, I think, how we start to get this reaction from, I guess, different variations of that. But again, the piece was not just a, an NFT or a JPEG or like that, and just a digital file in the blockchain. It was an experience in life, which specifically want to show examples of how I think it's a much more challenging, but also much more purposeful and impactful way of speculating the medium itself, beyond just. And specifically one piece that truly changed, I guess, our perception was also MoMA collaboration with Modern Arts in New York. And thanks to Michelle Foucault and Paolo Antonelli and his areas, we were able to practice this idea in blockchain in collaboration with the MoMA, and made a significant funding model, and specific to the museum itself, but also for our studio. And I'm happy to say that our exhibition coming at MoMA very soon this fall, and we are finally exploring this AI research while just focusing on their role and collection, which is channeled by some incredible pieces. We are right now also working with NVIDIA friends who are behind Salgian research at the Aalto University and the Helsinki team, and really going and fine-tuning still. I find it super inspiring and has an incredible room still to do these unsupervised latent walks through different inputs from the museum itself. And specifically really obsessed with this idea of like multi-dimensional, I guess, plattings or lower dimension reduction. And like in this context, we had this 6-dimensional UMAP plotting of the entire archive of the MoMA, and as we see, XYZ and RGB data is plotted in this context. And again, like many different ways of, we are still trying to optimize and give a meaningful and kind of a curated latent walks through this an incredible archive they have. So, and also another research, I guess, project was super inspiring for us was literally we were super fortunate. Another, like, I guess, pandemic research, so Google AI Quantum team, they were able to work with their close team here in Santa Barbara and able to work with their quantum advantage research data, and was able to create a project called Quantum Memories at National Gallery of Victoria. Another pandemic project we couldn't achieve to go, but at least we were able to create a piece for public art, free and open to everyone. And later another, they became an NFT later as well. But first was an open and free public artwork and experience in life. And I think one piece that last year get a significant attention was also doing Art Basel and in Miami. And this time we were able to work with closely the city of Miami and underwater reservation project that was able to use coral data from the Miami and around the world, and we were able to create this installation as a again just before it became an NFT. It was well received from the public, an open meditative piece. Again, welcome anyone, any citizens of the Miami, anyone in the city itself. The piece is like a 10 meter by 10 meter media wall, which you will see as similar iterations, but each of them is exploring different data and different AI research and mission hallucinations research in different scales. Like, for example, here you can see someone is enjoying the piece while another person is enjoying literally the sunrise and meditating during that time. I think the power of NFTs is not exciting without the power of impact and being accessible and inspiration in life, in my humble opinion. And another project was in this time Berlin, and we tried a similar idea using Koenig galleries, historic buildings, and Agnes. This historic building from late 50s and early 60s was this Brutalist architecture, a former church, which transformed into also an NFT project as you see on the outside. But again, this dynamic idea was beyond just to me an existing idea. And lastly, I guess these pieces are around the world, different levels of like NFTs in different countries received a significant audience. And I found there, I guess, specifically the power of just not another technology, but the power of public art and experiential art and their impact on the audience. And lastly, the recent project was in also in Palos Rossi, next to Donatello, another, I guess, NFT project we can call. Also recent research, which was very lucky, OpenAI team, as Memo mentioned, DALL-E was we were very lucky to receive and access many months before it was public. The reason was to specifically look for Zaha Hadid archives, Rumi, and as well as Mozart and Gaudi. So we specifically plugged many different forms and many different approach to incredible archives of Hadid architects. And what we did, I think, a little bit different was our, I guess, access point was allowing us to plot also a little bit higher res images, as you may see. And these images were later, thanks to the Zaha Hadid team, where it became a 3-dimensional environment. I find it really inspiring, and as Memo mentioned, an extension of our imagination, but not only staying in that 2-dimension of the plotting, but go like a 3-dimensional environment that we can fly and we can truly go and feel. And similarly, we tried this for Rumi, I think one of the most inspiring philosophers of, I guess, for humanity, and we were able to like explore his archives. And I think lastly, I want to mention another NFT project. I know it's a public art form, but this time we were able to create this new speculation around the dynamic NFTs, the idea of living architecture. The historic building of Gaudi's Casa Batlló building became a canvas, and we visited we invited and witnessed 47,000 people and enjoyed this incredible experience. And as Gaudi mentions, originality consists in returning to the origin, does that which is original returns to the simplicity of the first solutions. I thought we can really this time explore the idea of using this historic building's incredible facade, which was scanned by a UNESCO heritage quality LiDAR scanning, which is 100 billion points that was the entire facade have been 3D scanned. And we were able to create this real-time game engine model, I guess, that also listens in real time from the building's roof. A real-time weather station can plot or send us data instantly about the wind patterns and like rain conditions, humidity, and solar radiance, and many others. So the speculation was, can this form of art be also exist in the blockchain in the form of experience? And it was a really well-received experience from the city of Barcelona. And again, it was a first, literally a public art, and then it became an experience. As you may see, different weather patterns. These are all using a game engine on the engine. And then we have a big like plot different days of different behaviors of the city's weather conditions, and the artwork as behaving in the context of the life in the environmental, I guess, memories of the Barcelona. And lastly, the piece was in New York in the form of like a 2-dimensional media wall close to Rockefeller Center before the auction at Christie's. And then last, people were able to explore the piece in public space. So much. Sorry for I'm late for 3 minutes. Happy to get your questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafik. That was really, really enjoyable. We'll move swiftly to the next speaker of Electric Dreams, and that's Luba Elliott. Luba Elliott is a curator, writer, and researcher specializing in artificial intelligence in art. She works to educate and engage the broader public about the latest development in creative AI through talks and exhibitions at various venues such as Impact Festival, the Serpentine Galleries, Arbeit, the Levenhulme Center for the Future of Intelligence, CogX, NeurIPS, and ICCV. She founded the NeurIPS Creativity and Design Workshop and has been curating the online galleries AIartonline.com and computervisionart.com. In the last few years, she's an honorary senior research fellow at the UCL Center for Artificial Intelligence. Luba, we are very happy to have you here on Electric Dreams. Our attention is yours for the next 25 minutes or so. We're all keen to hear how AI art is finding its place between technology, contemporary art, and NFTs.
So thank you, Theo, so much. Hopefully you can hear me now. And yeah, I'll get started with my talk. I think, first of all, I normally share a few examples of where I'm coming from. So I've been in the field for about 6 years now. I got started with a meetup that I ran in London for around 3 or 4 years. And kind of through that, I was given opportunities to work with a range of different clients, from kind of Impact Festival in the Netherlands, which was the, yeah. Okay.
You perhaps have 2 sessions on Luba? Or is it just one
session? Let me see. Okay. I mean, I don't think I have 2 sessions on. Just move to the slide. Yeah, so as I mentioned, I started off with the meetup in London, and that has provided me with a number of opportunities, including working with Impact Festival, which is more of a traditional kind of critical media art type of venue, and I've also worked with kind of possibly clients like Cogex, which is kind of a business AI conference normally held in London, and they actually really liked putting some of this kind of AI art up on easels, which is maybe not the preferred way a lot of the artists would display it, but you know, in a business context, that's what the client wanted at that point. And yeah, I'm also known for founding and running the Neurops Creativity Workshop and the kind of associated online gallery, which I think I stopped doing about 2 years ago now, kind of with the rise of COVID and the changes in the field. And yeah, there's also a festival in Leicester where I've been working together with De Montfort Gallery and a few others in the field, in the local kind of community, to try and put some of this art up on screens in local environments, including the shopping centre outside of the building, and in a city that isn't kind of known for art. So that was kind of a nice yeah, a nice opportunity for me. And yeah, now I'll give you an overview of some of the artworks and some of the artists whose work I think has kind of made some amazing contribution to the field. And whenever I do this talk now, I feel that the field has moved on kind of so much, and I wonder if I should include more newer works. But then when I look at kind of what the field has become now, and the vast kind of amount of interest in using DALL-E and Midjourney, and kind of making a lot of the work, which does seem to be quite similar to one another. Unless the artist, of course, spends a lot of time thinking over the concept and the storytelling of the associated piece. And yeah, so I decided to kind of keep some of the more maybe now historical works to kind of, yeah, to maybe provide more inspiration of other things that can be done. And but yeah, I forgot the Feral File NFT show that I did, but yeah, I think like Memo mentioned earlier, Deep Dream was kind of one of the main points that brought a lot of people into the AI art field and made it really into a trend. And I always thought it was a little bit kind of underused, but there are artists like Daniel Ambrosio who were able to kind of combine the effects of the technology while keeping the kind of the subject matter in the image too, right? So here there's like this scene, and you can still see that it's there's a pond, and there's some buildings and trees, and there are the kind of the swells and the bright colors associated with Deep Dream. And it's kind of also since then iterated to also include some cubism elements, which again I think provide him with quite a unique and different style. And then came something called Style Transfer, which was, I think, really quite popular in the technical community back in the day, and faced a lot of kind of backlash from the art community. I think particularly maybe from some of Memo's colleagues at Goldsmiths, like Simon Colton, who could have called it something like a pastiche, right, to kind of replicating art from impressionist artists from the 19th century, whereas of course artists of today should be kind of innovating and kind of trying to make something new as opposed to kind of copy the past. And yeah, this is an example of kind of Jean Kogan testing and trying out different things with kind of putting Mona Lisa into different artistic styles. And yeah, since 2014, we've seen the gradual evolution of the GAN from kind of the small blurry images to the kind of the very realistic and deepfake-like aesthetics that we can see now. And I still prefer some of the earlier works in the field, like some of these kind of faces by Myra Klingerman that kind of still showcase the technology with all of its imperfections, right? So you can see these kind of images of individuals that are quite gender fluid. Some of the hair is kind of placed in an unusual manner, or you can see that the mouth is also quite lopsided. So some of these images are maybe not what kind of, you might expect from current technology, but back in the day in like 2016, 17, this was kind of almost like a state of the art. And Myra also made some of the kind of full body type of images. And looking at those, you could think that they could come also from an early 20th century artist like Egon Schiele or Francis Bacon, because also kind of the limbs are sometimes in the wrong places, and it has kind of very, I think, oil basically quality in places. So this was the early again. And then I think as the quality of the generated images again got very high, artists kind of began to think of how else should they kind of work to bring meaning and novelty and impact in the field. And I really like Scott Eaton's work. He is particularly excellent at depicting the human form, and this seems to be quite a good interpretation, because you can see that the limbs, they are not quite not completely realistic. Maybe they're a slightly different shape, but there is this high quality realism element to the skin tone, which makes this quite an interesting take. And then there was an artist called A.I. Ptolemy who made this work where the neurons are gradually switched off. So in the beginning, the image was quite realistic and high quality, and then it becomes kind of more blurry. So it's like kind of the neural network training kind of going backwards. So you can see, what it would have been like early on. And Yvonne Napsau is also an artist who's been trying to kind of make the machine learning process happen backwards and to force forgetting instead of learning. And this is one of the works that I'm actually showing in an exhibition with Screeners Guru, which is a Hong Kong-based platform. And they might have some pop-ups up in Hong Kong, but if not, there'll be an online kind of exhibition hopefully late next month. And let's see if I can move on. Jake Earls, he's been kind of looking at working with GANs in this particular instance in a slightly different manner. So he generated some birds, and the video with the generated birds was kind of placed in the Essex marshes where these birds normally live. And to me was kind of a great instance of putting some of this art out into the world and thinking of how you can curate and display these works in a quite a different fashion. And then moving on, there's a group of artists who really focus on the data side of the work, and Helena Sarin is one of these. So she's an artist who really kind of thinks about the different textures that you could kind of bring into an image. And I think the image on the left, she uses kind of engravings and pastels, and the image on the right is a combination of photography and newspapers. So kind of her ability to work with different materials and her own kind of data sets and combining them in new ways really has meant that she is an artist who has a particularly strong and distinct aesthetic. And then Anna Riddler. So this is actually a work that I commissioned for the Impact Festival I curated in 2018. So it's called Myriad, and Anna came over to Utrecht and took 10,000 photographs of the tulips, and then proceeded to kind of generate some of these, generate images. And now whenever Anna displays these works, she includes the video, the GAN video, kind of the end result, and also the data set. So there's typically a wall dedicated to her work, to all these like thousands or more images that she puts up on the wall to highlight kind of the human labor and the amount of effort involved, and of course, buying the tulips, taking the photographs, labeling them, classifying, and then finally printing and kind of showcase the human side of a lot of this kind of AI generated work. And she also made kind of a blockchain kind of NFT related project that kind of builds on the earlier work. So this is called Bloom Unveiling, and you could buy a tulip kind of NFT that would only, I think, bloom for a number of days, and then it would kind of self-destroy, because of course a flower cannot bloom eternally. So I think that was, and it still is, one of the, to me, more interesting kind of NFT based projects. And other artists began to work with of course sculpture, like Ben Snell, who got an AI system to generate lots of different kind of images of the human form from antiquity to contemporary art. And then he kind of mashed up the computer, and out of the dust he made the sculpture. So I think the concept here is quite interesting, and it kind of recalls some of the artists in the early 20th century who also kind of destroyed their work. And it's cool. And now I'll talk about some of the work from the more I think contemporary times. So beginning with DALL-E and Clip. And I'm a big fan of works done by Vadim Epstein, who's an artist who's developed, I think, a number of different clip-based notebooks like Aphantasia, which sort of, I think, combines also some of the deep dreamlike aesthetics with with the possibilities made possible by Clip. And he's made some kind of beautiful epic-like videos on the topic. And I think actually with Clip, it always felt to me that the more kind of distinct aesthetics that there are maybe kind of now with some of the kind of latest models. I mean, maybe they're still so new and there's still kind of too much excitement, but Vadim Epstein has some interesting work. And then Maneki Neko is an artist, again, from my kind of upcoming exhibition with Screens Guru. And again, she's an artist who's kind of looked at kind of storytelling and kind of making a complex narrative of aesthetics in her work. And I think that's kind of made possible through collage, and it's something that would be nice to see more of. And of course, Ganbrud is I think an artist who comes from a photography background, who's been making some very kind of cinematic, beautiful work made possible with the latest tools. And Mario Klingemann, who of course is one of the kind of pioneers of the AI art movement, he's been working a lot with GANs. He's also made a project called Botsa that was kind of using Clip to kind of generate lots of different variations, lots of different possible images, and then the community would vote which of these images should be sold as an NFT. And I think this project was quite commercially kind of successful. It generates something like over €1 million in revenue over a few weeks. So that was, I think, quite exciting. And recently I think we've had DALL-E 2, of course, which is kind of much more realistic, much better, higher quality generations. And these are some tulips that Anna Riddler shared with me. And if you kind of saw some of her earlier generations, you will recognize kind of the increase in kind of the level of realism, detail, and quality that's kind of very, very obvious here. And Sophia Crespo is an artist who's always interested in the natural world, and she's been using kind of DALL-E to for the purposes of kind of imagination. I think as Memo mentioned before, a lot of these kind of text to image models are really kind of useful in showing you kind of what's possible, something that kind of your brain might visualize completely differently or be unable to visualize. And then you have the system that can try and imagine what a cross between a zebra and flamingo can be like, kind of showcasing two different kind of variations, one that's maybe more zebra and one that's maybe kind of more flamingo. And these are just some images posted by Magnus Norden on Twitter in response to a thread, I think, by Julian Tegelius, who was it was encouraging artists to post both the failures and successes, and kind of using some of these latest image generators. And in this case, I think Magnus was using what was aiming to generate hands, and you can see the kind of the range of images that the image generator came up with. And I find some of them quite beautiful in that they are quite non-standard. And I think again this also highlights kind of that not all generations are successful, and that there is kind of a lot of kind of cherry picking going on with the results, and that sometimes maybe I wish that there would be kind of again more artists investigating kind of the errors and irregularities of these kind of latest technologies, as opposed to kind of the beauty and the high quality aesthetics made possible to kind of both sides. And this is work from Jake Earls, I think back from 2017, when image generators were quite different, and it's called Closed Loop, and there are two neural networks. So one is kind of generating an image based on the text, like a lot of these contemporary text image generators, and the other network is looking at the generated image and trying to kind of caption it. And in this way, they're kind of talking to one another. And I think it's beautiful work in that, in a way, it is kind of two AIs talking to another. On the other hand, it sort of highlights the possibilities and limitations of the technology at that current point in time, and kind of showcases how far we've come. But I still think that conceptually this is a very kind of beautiful artwork, and it'd be interesting to see kind of to do something similar kind of these days, to see what would happen. And I don't know how much, I've still got like a few minutes left, so I'll probably show some of the projects that are maybe a bit kind of more unconventional, and that they're not purely kind of generating images. They're trying to maybe work with some other kind of AI-based systems. So this is a work from Scott Kelly and Ben Polkinghorne called Signs of Our Times, where the artists kind of place these billboards with kind of images of other national parks in natural settings, right, to kind of highlight our influence on technology, the prevalence of recommender systems, and so on. And these are like a couple of different images that these artists have. And I think here in particular, the sign is blocking the slide, which is which I guess really spoils your enjoyment, and it really kind of makes you, I think these types of works. And yeah, Gretchen Andrew is an artist who works a lot with the search engine kind of systems, and she's made these kind of beautiful artworks with kind of flowers, and she's got a project called Internet Imperialism, and I think I did this slide maybe like 2 months ago, and at that point, if you Googled contemporary art auction records, some of the top results would be these kind of works by Gretchen Andrew, which are of course not the contemporary art auction record, but the artist was able to hack kind of the way the search engine system works to ensure that her works came on top for a particular kind of search string. And again, I think that's quite an interesting kind of way of kind of working with the web and kind of the AI systems that are kind of pervasive in that space. And let me just move on. And yeah, Shrimson by Kim Young Hong. So 2 artists based in Korea who made a series called Non-Facial Portraits by working together with portrait painters in South Korea who were tasked to paint portraits together with a facial recognition system that was looking at the face and at the face that the artists were drawing, and they had to make sure that it could not detect the face. So that's why these kind of resulting paintings are called non-facial portraits, because the system cannot detect a face. And I think it's interesting the way the artists have tried to kind of fool the system and kind of putting the nose and the eye in kind of very unusual places, or making marks on the face to kind of blur the divisions between the backgrounds, or kind of here placing the face kind of horizontally as opposed to vertically. And yeah, I think in here the facial recognition technology was really used to kind of maybe try and get artists to come up with a new way of making facial images. And yeah, that's a great use of this type of technology. And yeah, Marcin Mariansky used kind of I think a curve generator to come up with the face. Again, it's like quite different. And yeah, Tom White, he's been looking at image recognition systems, and he's got these kind of images from a series called Perception Engines, and I think the image on the left is a starfish, and this is the image that if you show it to most image recognition models from that period of time, this is kind of the minimum or the image that would kind of mean communicating the meaning of the aesthetic as a starfish to them the most. But of course, if I look at it as a human, like I would expect something very different from a starfish. I would expect, I think, 5 or however many kind of legs sticking out. So this highlights the difference in perception. And yeah, I think that's it. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Luba. Thank you very much. Let's bring in the other guest speakers as well, and we'll spend the next 20-30 minutes asking questions while Rob is getting them online. I want to kick off with a question for you, Luba. I wanted to ask you, as a curator, you work a lot with museums and festivals and so on. I wonder how their views have changed on AI and art in the last few years, and what they are doing in order to embrace these emerging technologies. Like, do you feel like they need to develop new skills as art institutions in order to support this sort of art practice?
Yes, I think, as the field has kind of evolved over the past few years, I think maybe the museums and such institutions have moved away from the initial kind of skepticism and focused on kind of purely dystopian depictions of AI art to kind of to including more nuanced portrayals. And but I think the way a lot of these kind of exhibitions work, particularly in institutions like museums, is they have quite a long kind of planning period of time, right? So I don't think I've seen too many exhibitions that focus on the more recent work made with kind of DALL-E and so on. It's mainly been kind of the pop-up festivals and smaller venues that have been able to include some of this work. And I think also with kind of the rise of NFT, there's been maybe a bit more of a kind of a shift to selling a lot more of this work, because in the past, nobody really would buy kind of digital art in such a scale, and museums were key in supporting artistic practice because, of course, they would kind of pay artists for well, maybe not museums, but festivals and organizations that would kind of include art, they would frequently pay the artists, and that was kind of the way artists made a living. But now with NFTs, there's more of a focus on sales, so a lot more exhibitions are online and so on.
I have a question for Memo from an audience member. Memo, they were asking, would you be willing to share some of the prompts that you typed in order to generate some of these images you showed us, or do you feel protective of it, like as if it was your source code, let's say?
No, I'm not protective. I can't be protective because it's all public. It's in the chat. So I should say that towards the end, I didn't go private. I upgraded my account just so that I could have more, because I ran out of credits. And when I upgraded to the highest tier, I also became private automatically. So that after I think about 1,000 images, I went private, but only because I needed more credits to generate more images. So the prompts are all public. It's in the chat. I do recommend going to Discord. This is on Midjourney, by the way, and just looking at it. It's insane. I hated the idea to begin with because I hate Discord, but you see a stream of consciousness in real time of 1 million people just saying what they want to see, and all the tricks that you need to say, for people who aren't familiar, there are tricks that you say, you say things like trending on ArtStation, Unreal Engine, ultra realistic render, HDR, 8K. So you say all these things to try and steer the output, very detailed, ultra realistic, epic. So my very last slide, that prompt on my slide was the prompt that generated that image. Where I said a Faustian bargain, and then the second half is just things like very intricate, highly detailed, epic, dramatic, unreal. So yeah, check. There's also manuals online, so on these tips and tricks.
Do you feel, again, another audience member question, Sam Altman of OpenAI has talked of a future with an abundance of intelligence. Is the potential scale of this intelligence capped at a certain point at the end of Moore's law, or what then?
So that's a good question. I don't know if Moore's law is going to be the limit. This doesn't necessarily mean that I believe that, the singularity and the intelligence explosion, etc., is going to happen. Obviously, Moore's law is a limit. Physics imposes a limit on how much computation can be performed, etc. But I don't know if we're anywhere near that being the bottleneck, as opposed to kind of more theoretical approaches. But that doesn't mean that literally tomorrow someone might have a great idea and then try it, and it might, like Transformers took an idea that already existed, known as attention, and just tweaked it and made it ready to work with huge amounts of data that we couldn't work with before. So I think we should be prepared for the unexpected. This is what I've been saying for years. We need to expect the unexpected, basically.
A question for all of you. Do you feel that AI is bringing or will bring a lot more people to art? Perhaps we could start with Refik.
I think generally, I'm not sure if anyone not creative will be enjoying the potential before prompt engineering process. I would say previously, always there was this barrier of computation, data handling, downloading, curating, embeddings. Like there's a lot of process. I don't believe before even Runway ML, it was not even like possible for people to explore the tools. There wasn't tooling context. But I think this, as I'm also very famous, as Memo mentioned, like it's really impossible to follow culture of Discord is ridiculously, I think, helping people to understand much faster than I think any other hype engines. I think now people are really practicing, which is different. Previously, it was just very heavy white papers or, complex lectures. Like even the most simplest open source lecture still requires, some background in like computer science or some mathematical expectation. So I believe this prompting will be a whole different transformation for any creators. I don't know the art context, but for anyone want to create, I think they will be now learning.
Luba, over to you.
I also think like Refik, that now I think things have happened in the past couple of years that made it kind of really attractive for creators to work in the digital space and with AI, right? Because now you can kind of sell your work with NFTs, and a lot of these kind of AI systems really help to help you to make images that you can kind of continue to edit using some old school techniques to kind of make your style more individual. So hopefully this will mean that more artists are kind of following the developments in AI and kind of contributing to it. Though of course, now it's kind of much easier to get involved with the kind of AI art field by using some of these text image generators than it was kind of in the past, particularly in the days before. I think systems like Runway made it kind of really easy for artists to kind of generate images without much code.
But do you feel that AI has the potential to bring more audience, like more consumers of art? And I'm not talking about the artists themselves, but do you feel that it has given a jolt to the art world in that sense?
More consumers. I'm not sure. So certainly there are more creators, right? Whenever I try and kind of keep up with the field, there are so many kind of new names working with all these different tools. There are all these like Discord servers, lots of organizations that make curated drops. So there's certainly kind of a lot of creators in the space. And in terms of audiences, well, I guess some of the audiences would be those like creative types who are part of the community, who are following the works people are making. But I'm not sure about kind of the broader audiences. I have the feeling that a lot of people are excited about this technology and maybe they want to try it out and make work themselves. That's my feeling.
Memo?
I agree with what's been said so far. I just want to add a few kind of important distinctions that this is why I changed my question. But is it art? Who's the artist? Who's the author? Because art means different things. We have capital art with an A, which is the arts when we think of art world and the contemporary art fairs and things like that. But we also have artists who work in industry, in the film industry, 3D artists, 2D artists, layout artists. I used to be a game artist in a previous life 20 years ago. I used to be a 3D artist. And they're all called artists, and they call themselves artists. They think of themselves as artists. And I'm not making a value judgment at all here. I'm just acknowledging that every type of artist has different criteria for what makes them good in their field. And I also want to make a distinction between art, all of these kinds of art, and creativity, because creativity is not, or being creative is not in any way a domain of art. In fact, there's so much art, all kinds of art, which is not creative at all. A lot of my work as a 3D artist in the games industry wasn't creative at all. On the other hand, there's lots of jobs that we don't think of as being creative, like scientists, even lawyers, even marketing. Marketing is a very creative job. So there's loads of things which are very creative, but not thought of as art. And all of these things are going to be hugely impacted by what's happening right now, because what we have is the simplest interface that we can think of, which is natural language. It's how we communicate with each other. You literally tell the machine what you want, and the next iteration of this is going to be feedback, because right now the feedback is a bit cumbersome. You click the variations, you wear it, but it's going to be, you're going to say, okay, I like this image, but I want the nose to be covered in diamonds like in this image, and I want the arm to be up in the same way we would communicate with another person. And so I think not only will this bring more people into being creative, but realizing their creativity, because I know so many people who don't necessarily have the skills to produce something. And it's not because they don't genetically have the skills, it's just that they didn't have the opportunities to develop skills. So now when the interface is natural language, it is going to be mind-blowingly liberating. That's what I believe.
Let's switch a little bit to ethics, which I know, Memo, you have a particular interest in with regards to AI. Do you feel that AI art can play a role in shaping the debate on the ethics of AI and possibly stimulate and galvanize the public?
I do think that things are going to be accelerated dramatically, particularly around copyright. Like I've known for years that computer-generated images are rejected copyright because the humans not being involved. But now with what's happening right now, this is going to become a big topic. And my understanding on how legal law develops is it needs cases, like that there needs to be big cases, and that's what determines. And so recently there was a case where a researcher tried to claim copyright on AI-generated image, it was rejected, etc. So that's going to happen. I just want to mention one tweet that I saw just earlier today. Let me just see if I can quickly find it, which I think is a really good point that we need to be thinking about. It's actually by Sophia Nodri, who was one of my PhD examiners. And he gave a talk right now at New Tech Festival in Montreal. And so the gist of it is, I'll just read what he said. The relationship with large AI tools is not the same as with a Moog or Yamaha in the history of electronic arts, because the industry is built around advertising, which is fundamentally about being able to modify behavior. So this is something that we need to think about, that those who are developing this technology, their ultimate goal is advertising and controlling behavior. This is not like other technologies, like synthesizers. They weren't trying to modify our behavior. They were just trying to sell us synthesizers. So this is something that we really need to be thinking about, that the people who are developing this technology, why are they developing it? What is their ultimate goal? And that's shaping the technologies that they're producing.
Sticking to ethics and the wider sense of it, in the sense of ecology, you both, all three of you actually, touched on the NFT word. And I wanted to maybe talk a little bit about the debate around the carbon footprint of certain NFT technologies. Maybe we start with Refik. Refik, would you like to tell us a little bit about the kind of technologies you use, the platforms and the choices you've made?
Yes, so I think probably 2018, when I truly deep dive into the crypto space, I guess I can say, but before NFT context, just literally blockchain as a culture, I guess, and cryptocurrency specifically. And that's when I was hearing about it, like the impact of like ecological impacts. But of course, Memo had a much more deeper discussion with many people. But to me, what was also inspiring from those debates was, I guess there was two options: practicing and doing and talking, versus like being far away, or the third option was boycotting. Because there was like a three options somehow given by the debates and discussions. I prefer to practice. I prefer to practice and compute and calculate. And apparently in 2 weeks, we will hear and see what will happen in the merge, which is the very important, I guess, expectation from, I guess, one of the most major cryptocurrency, which is Ethereum. So it was predictable that they will be taking care of all these debates and discussions. But I mean, again, Kyle McDonald has an incredible approach, and he's clearly doing a very mathematical approach. That's one also take. But I think
Refik, could you, for our audience members that maybe are not experts in this, could you explain what kind of merge is happening in 2 weeks?
Yes, in 2 weeks, finally, which was of many, I guess, months and years of expectation, which was a hope for many people that is happening. Finally, proof of work to proof of stake transformation of Ethereum, which was one of the most powerfully producing the nature, I guess, because of the computational requirements for every single transaction and computation, now becoming into like 99 point whatever %, way lower than what we have at the moment right now. And this transition is very risky because it's kind of, some people think it's like a flying plane will be changing a motor, or like there's all this like, fun metaphors. But at the end, the hope was for many people is, I hope is happening. If it doesn't happen, then it's a different, I guess, take. If it happens, I think it will clear up many discussions into hopefully good news. I personally can compute and calculate my impact, and we have offsetting options from like multiple companies exist. So that's what we did as a take, at least quantifying what we are doing and then deciding hopefully in 2 weeks what is next.
Luba, what's your take on what Refik just said?
Yeah, so I guess with NFTs, I think I've been a bit less involved in it than many of the kind of other artists. They're saying that I did have kind of one exhibition with a Feral File, and then I've got one coming up with Screen Guru. But yeah, I do think I as a curator, I mean, yeah, I think it's always kind of up to me how the artists choose to kind of mint their work. I mean, sometimes it's kind of dictated by the platform that I'm working with. But yeah, certainly, I do think it's good that kind of, it is good if the energy kind of usage is lower, because it is, I think, yeah, quite crazy. Also, particularly with kind of the combination of NFTs and AI art, because of course, a lot of these kind of researchers, when they try and test kind of new models, it is also very kind of power intensive. So I think in the current world we live in, where we suffer a lot from climate change, it is important to focus on kind of minimizing the impact in our work.
Memo, you've published extensively on the subject, and what you've published is mind-boggling, like single Ethereum transaction, single NFTs producing many thousands of kilos of carbon dioxide. I was wondering what you would like to say about the matter.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it super brief. I mean, the merge is happening hopefully in a few weeks, as Refik said, and even if it does go through, it was always, on the horizon. I mean, the horizon has been shifting for like for many, many years. But the key thing that I want to say regarding this is that it was never about individuals' own number of what their emissions are. And I try to explain this very clearly in my article regarding this. What this is really about is the message that we send businesses and ultimately to politicians. So what we collectively did as a result of this NFT boom, we as artists said, we don't care about, in my eyes, we said to businesses, we don't care about the environment. We support businesses that have unsustainable practices. We will find ways of justifying it by offsetting, by saying that the numbers aren't that big, that proof of work mining is only, half a percent of global CO2 emissions, which is all true. But what we're really telling businesses, and as a result, policymakers, in my mind, is that you can carry on acting unsustainably. Whereas what we should be doing as not just artists, but as consumers, as individuals, as voters, is we should be putting pressure on businesses and policymakers to instigate change. And the way we can do that is through voting and through our wallet. So the project that Kyle is doing is really smart, because with my approach, this message got completely corrupted and it became about shaming individuals and about individual responsibility, but from a numerical perspective. Whereas the message I really wanted to give is we do have individual responsibility, but not because of our individual footprints, but rather the message that we send to businesses and policymakers. So I think based on the failures of my approach, Kyle has taken out the individual completely and is targeting the platforms, which, yeah, I think that, that's a great approach. But we still do have to remember that as individuals, we have a responsibility. That's what I believe, at least anyway. So yeah, that's what I would say on that matter.
By the way, one more thing, just to maybe, and there may be idea for people who wants to explore, what I personally try is really try different blockchains and their cultures. And I think each blockchain has their own beautiful culture. And it's really interesting to say, but it's really what it is. Like Tezos is what I think is an incredibly rich of incredible, people focus on generative art and like code-based mediums. Like we see similarities in the Algorand, which was a much more interesting audience. I tried also I think Avalanche, so I simply tried personally all the options that have value and community and somehow discussions around it, and then really see reactions and understands. I think it's really helped me a lot, like which community, which collectors, which artists, where they are, what they say. It's a beautiful experiment that really helped me a lot to understand.
Refik, let's stay with you and talk about your practice a little bit more. You came from architecture, and you've talked about the three pillars being concrete, steel, and glass. Could you speculatively talk about how machines can shape the future of architecture? Could it turn it into something more dynamic?
By the way, I wish I studied architecture. I just admire architecture as a discipline and respect the medium as a canvas, as a mean of practice. But I was very fortunate at UCLA. Was very close to Tom Main, Greg Lynn, and Frank Gehry, and they had this amazing studying. They were doing this studio classes were open to many people. So that's how I just enjoy every week 2-3 times joining their discussions and understand. So. But I think the one profound change I saw in their experiments, not personally me, but the architects at the moment at UCLA, at SciArc, and AA, and many other schools, that we saw that people explore a lot of AI-based agents and their behaviors. I know at Zaha Hadid Architects or Zaha Code specifically from the more practical perspective, they have been really like 5-6 years practicing, experimenting, not necessarily creating the worlds in physical space, but for example, AI build friends who have been learning how to use, ML pipelines for 3D printing much stronger forms. Like, I think not necessarily designing spaces, but also building new ways of additive or subtractive, like printing techniques, or like, creating some ways of fabrication techniques applied, things I saw a lot. And I think at AA, like, many schools I know that I have been fortunate to become a jury members, I saw incredible game-based speculations. That was also very interesting. Agent-based thinking, that was really, really inspiring. And with our practical experiment with Patrick Schumacher specifically, I saw that they truly mastered the prompt engineering like in a couple of hours. I mean, how they interact with DALL-E was remarkable, and how they see their past, like 3 decades of like journey in that practice. And when I saw that their faces, how it's, speculating new forms, and you can see in their face, oh, like this is an incredible team member. It's not just an image making, like, or something like a 2-dimensional, creativity. I saw incredible reactions there. And one more thing may be very, very helpful for architect. I mean, Neri Oxman and many others, of course, practicing with remarkable materials, but I didn't see 3D. I didn't see so many physically finished pipelines yet that was profoundly speculating something realistic for near future that is functional and purposeful. Mostly in the speculative scale, we saw, I think, incredible pieces and experiments.
Thank you. Luba, you talked to us about the state-of-the-art technologies that have come out in the past few months. I was wondering personally, as a curator, as a writer about AI, what is the thing that you're really excited about in the near future? What are you really looking forward to? What are you expecting to come out and hoping to write about?
As we've seen the last year or two, seen a lot of development of different text-to-image generators with kind of increasing quality and possibilities. So I'm certainly excited to see kind of more works that maybe work with these tools in more unconventional ways, right? Because it always feels whenever a new technology comes out, everybody kind of almost like takes a low-hanging fruit or kind of comes up with similar approaches first. So it would be good to see kind of more distinct aesthetics of artists kind of really continuing to develop really unique styles that are kind of different from the typical aesthetics made possible by the technology, and then maybe focusing on its kind of limitations and again kind of testing or showcasing the irregularities or the errors it makes, and kind of thinking about these tools in a more maybe critical or a more conceptually developed manner, because it feels like a lot of the art is made kind of almost immediately to be put on the NFT marketplace and to be sold there, because that over the past year or two has been kind of the main way for artists to make money. And it would be interesting to see artists from kind of more different backgrounds or those who think more about technology to see how they can kind of build more complex works with these tools.
Cool. Thank you very much. Before we're running out of time, but before we close, I just want to say that Refik and Memo, you are both Turkish, and despite having followed somewhat different trajectories, you find yourselves being leading figures in AI art and residing in California. Is the California connection a coincidence, or do you feel there are opportunities there that Europe, and I include Turkey in that, of course, could not afford you? Go ahead, Memo. Refik, okay, go ahead.
I think 2011, when I decided to throw a deep dive into this medium, I think I personally saw the limitation in certain like field, and not necessarily financially, just mentally. There was this one thing that was, I think I still didn't see after 11 years, pushed that medium, by the way, not like just a prediction. It didn't like went somewhere else. And then to me, it was really the UCLA, like the heroes and the mentors I have been really chasing, like truly worked with them for 2 years. It was a very hands-on dream. So by the way, luckily Harvard and MIT was option, but I don't believe they have the same culture that the media arts culture. That was a really exciting start point to me. The California help, like it's support.
Memo?
Well, so I mean, regarding California, my response is a bit more shallow compared to Rafiq's. For me, it's the weather. I mean, right now where I am, I'm from the Aegean coast. I've got the sea right there. I've got the mountains right there, and it's hot. And that's what I want. And California has it all. But there's many places in the world that has that. So I should add, so California has that, plus people, plus the minds. So here I am going to agree with Rafiq in that, I mean, the US has a very mixed bag of people. I won't go there, but there are some brilliant, you know, some of the best minds in the world are in the US, and some are in California. And I actually ended up being really lucky. I have a faculty position at UCSD in the visual arts department there. So it's not just the good weather and the mountains and the ocean, but it's all of that with some really, really wonderful minds. Rafiq quoted Lev Marovich earlier, who I believe is a UCSD, not anymore, yes, but was. Yeah. So, I mean, that explains the California thing. I mean, regarding AI, I mean, right now it's like everyone's getting into it. And Luba just said something I want to acknowledge that I really agree with, and I'm really curious about, is how much of the current AI push in what's happening right now is also fueled by NFTs, because there is an outlet and a motivation to type something in a GUI and then mint an NFT, and you know, maybe you only make 5 Tezos, but that's $10. And if you do that enough times, you know, you can get a few $100s a month. So I'm really curious about that connection. That doesn't mean that everybody who's working with prompt engineering is working like that. That's not what I'm suggesting, but I wonder what that ratio is. But me getting into AI, really, I mean, the roots is, I would even say the 90s. I started coding to make art in the 90s. And for me, my goal was always to get the computer to understand what it was I wanted. So in the 2000s, I was working with computer vision and sensors, and the Wiimote and things like that, and signal processing. And all of that is trying to get meaningful information from the outside world, the environment, and the human user into the machine. And this is what's evolved into what we call AI now. So there was no cutoff point for me saying, oh, I should check out this AI. It's been a completely gradual process. You're muted.
Thank you all very much for giving us your time and giving us participating in this panel discussion, and for your wonderful presentations. We'll say goodbye at this point. We hope you'll stay on to watch the other speakers. For those that are watching us, we'll take a break now for approximately 1 hour. We'll meet again here at 10:30 UK time, London time, 10:30 London time, 5:30 China time, Beijing time, to listen to 3 more speakers and to a panel discussion chaired by my colleague Varvara. See you all in 1 hour.
Thanks, Theo. See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a second panel of Electric Dreams. My name is Varvara Guliaeva, and I'm assistant professor at Computational Media and Arts in the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Guangzhou. This is a CMA First International Symposium, first day, second panel, Electric Dreams, and we are looking at recent developments of technology and how they resonate with the art world. Here you can see the schedule. In our morning panel, we had Memo Akten, Refik Anadol, and Luba Elliott, and we are continuing with the second panel where we have a pleasure to welcome Seifert, Sylvain Levy, and Eva Jäger. I also would like to draw attention that we have a virtual exhibition opened since today and will remain open until the end of June. So when you go to the website of electricdreams.ust.hk, you can just click on the view exhibition, and you have to be a bit patient that all the digital assets of environment and also the artworks will load, and then you can explore. Tomorrow in the second panel, I will also do curator tour. If you want to see it more in details and with guidance, then please connect tomorrow again, and we will have more speakers then. But let's continue with our first speaker, Seifert, and Seifert is the founder of FX Hash NFT art platform, which operates in Tezos and is dedicated to generative art, and he's also himself a generative artist. So please welcome Seifert. The floor is yours, and we are curious to know more.
Thanks for this introduction, and welcome to this talk. Today I'd like to speak about how blockchains, and in particular NFTs, have changed the way art is being shared and consumed, and how it's going to be a catalyst for how the art is going to be in the upcoming years. So I'm Seifert. I founded FX Hash like about a year ago, out of a need for myself to post some content on the blockchain. And oh, sorry, yeah. I'm going to walk you a little bit through my journey in order for you to understand why blockchains are going to be especially powerful for digital art, and in particular generative art. So I got into generative art quarterly when I was young, but at the time being, I had no idea I was doing anything related to art, let alone generative design or something. I was basically crafting video games, trying to explore algorithms I was young, I was eager to discover new stuff, and I had a computer and the internet. And so as I got into developing video games, developing website, I got into, crafting experiences that were less and less usual, more of conceptual ideas, interactive stuff, audio visualization. And that's how I got really into exploring systems and the algorithms through an artistic perspective. So these are, for instance, some of my works, at least some that I could recover, because I was quite messy when I was young, so most of it is gone now. But it kind of shows like the wide range of possibility that you can have with generative art. I used to manipulate images, manipulate systems, try out audio visualization stuff, work with particular interfaces, things like that. And this is quite old stuff, but kind of led me to where I am today. And when I used to be like 20, I was doing all of this on my computer, basically the final output was only a file on my computer or some code on my computer, and there was nothing more. And I started to think about, okay, how can I share this with the world? And I kind of came to the conclusion that there were no great solutions. All of the solutions that we had at the time being were made of compromise. So basically, and a lot of us artists went to that. I posted my stuff on a platform, Instagram at the time being, and it was, to me, the best way to share my stuff. You could easily reach out to an audience, you could get feedback on your work, and you had to work with some pretty limited constraints. So you have to post a video file or an image file, and it can accept audio, but that's it, you know. And when you're doing code-based art, there's so much more. Like there is interactivity, there is variations that can be explored. You can explore the parametric space in real time, and it's so much more to just posting a video online. And it cuts freedom in the creativity, because this is the way people are experiencing the work that you put out there. And again, at the time being, like, I was young, I had no idea how to reach out to the outside world. And so to me, it was already a big step to be able to show my work like this, but I was already feeling pretty constrained with that. So I like to make art with computer. Know what? What am I going to do with that? I want more. I want to do something outside, maybe. I want to really showcase what's the power of designing something with code and showing it to people the way it was intended to. So I experienced a bit, sorry for the poor quality. I grabbed this from my phone. I did some VJing, so basically doing the audio reactive stuff behind the DJs at concerts. But again, there are big constraints. You have some freedom in the visuals. You can, you know, create better experiences for the audience, but it's not exactly what I wanted. And again, freedom is quite limited. So I started to explore some interactive installations. So this was like, again, pretty rough images. Sorry, I grabbed everything from my phone last week. And, you know, this project, it was hard to get this out there. I wanted to bring interactivity to my systems, have people interact with them in a meaningful way, the way I was exploring them when I was doing some code. And it was difficult because I knew nobody. And when you have to post something out there, you need to know some structures, you need to know some people. And when you're young and when you don't know anybody, it's very difficult to get to a stage where you can do something digital, at least, like that. And I got like great opportunities because of Instagram, actually, because people started to know me. So I was able to get some commissioned work. This is, for instance, an installation that was done by Artec House, Life of a Neuron. So it was an interactive installation where people could explore fluorescence microscopy. And it was amazing to design that, and I loved it. But again, it was only because I had the luck that they reached out to me and that I had this opportunity. They handled the whole production, and I had basically not much to do in that regard, which facilitates everything. And it got me to wonder. I have it takes a lot of time to build all of this, lots of energy. And honestly, it wasn't sustainable financially for me. And money is like a core primitive of our society. So it's something that we need to take care of before we can do what we like, usually. Was pretty sad about this, because I came to the conclusion that to do what I wanted to do, either I had to make some big compromises, or I had to like do another job on the side, which I was already doing. And this is when I met blockchain technology. in this part of my life where I was struggling to get my work out there. And I posted something on Iketnunk. It was my second NFT actually, but my first on the Tezos blockchain. So the one on the bottom right. And in the span of like 24 hours, people bought it, and I was able to make $2,000 or something. And at the time being, for me, it was like really amazing to be able to get some money out of my work like that. And it instantly clicked, like this has so much potential to help me in my creative journey, because this is basically Instagram, but in the end, people buy your post on Instagram because it's the same difficulty to get the work out there. You have to post a file online and it gets on some sort of service and people can interact with it. But on Instagram, you don't own this work and people can't claim ownership of some of this work. Whereas on blockchain technology, this is possible, and this is what makes it very powerful. So I found a setup where I was able to basically do what I was doing before, but get paid for doing it, which is, again, quite amazing when we think about it. And this is the big power of blockchain technology and of NFTs. It's a new way of connecting people, and especially connecting people in the context of digital art. Because again, money is a core primitive of our technology. Having this sitting on top of a technology where it's a currency facilitates the life of the people that interact with this medium. So artists can get paid through posting on this. Collectors can make money and get ownership of something in, again, a meaningful way for digital art. So this is where it really shines and why it's so much powerful. And if we think about this, it's only a primitive to construct something else. It's like internet, basically. It's a way to connect, but it's not a mean or the end of something. It's only the network that facilitates everything else. Now it brings me to why blockchains are so meaningful for generative art. So in a sense, when you're doing generative art, you're basically creating some code that has a parametric space. And this parametric space can be very wide. And your work as an artist is to explore this, first of all, define the parametric space, and then explore it and navigate through it and take micro decisions all along the way to shape how this parametric space is going to influence the algorithm that you're constructing. And traditionally, when we were posting some generative art, or either it was live interaction, live installation, so in real life or on a web browser or an application on a computer, but it was either the artist creates a set of outputs or the artist puts the algorithm as it is and people explore it by themselves. And what's interesting with blockchain is that now there is a way to post something that has the parametric space configured and have people put some stamps on this saying, okay, this is going to be my iteration of the parametric space. And this way, when you're designing something, it's much more meaningful because previously you were designing a great parametric space, but now you're designing a very meaningful parametric space for what you want to define. And you want to make sure that your algorithm and this space are working together in a beautiful way, and that the outputs that are going to be randomized in the end are all what you intended to do. And again, because you can make money by selling this, it's why it's so powerful for the artists nowadays. And it brings the question, first of all, how many technologies have shifted the artistic landscape as much as computers did? Think about it, like before computers, art evolved slowly through time with small technical advances. Mostly these were advances where people were improving the techniques using certain tools. a few tools came along the way to help us in our tasks. But since computers have risen, there's been a massive paradigm shift in how we produce content. And it's the same for art. There's a new way of creating art using facilitated through software, or actually by building software that will produce what we conceptualize. And since the computers rise, there's been a sector of art, which is digital art, that was very hard to sell or very hard to prove ownership of, or to share out there. And now that blockchains are there, they offer this sort of, again, primitive to make sharing digital art possible, owning digital art possible. And it's why it's a technology that's as much important for arts than computers were. It's maybe not exactly on this scale, but it's going to be, and it is already a massive shift in how art is being experienced. And this is where I'm going to speculate a little bit. We know the current state of blockchain in the art space. We know that it changed the way our artists are living. It changed the way we're collecting digital art. But again, we are only in very early stages of this whole change of paradigm. I believe that in the upcoming years, we are going to see a transition, a blending between the virtual and the real world. It's already been worked on with the metaverse, with augmented reality, virtual reality. All of these technologies are going to converge at some point and make our life blended again more with the digital space. And it's easy to think how blockchains are going to be a big part of this, because blockchain or this technology that through money or through a currency connect people. And since, again, money is primitive of our society, it's going to be one of the key aspects that help sharing information in a way where there's ownership, there's meaningful and permanent data inscribed somewhere. And we can easily imagine how this is going to be massive for anything in the art space. So thinking about interactive installations, like right now, we basically have to put our name out there, try to find places where we can post our stuff, invest money in building the tools to make those installations a reality. And in the end, we are not getting paid very much for doing that. But let's imagine that years from now, when we enter a space where we see a nice piece with a nice interactive design, we can collect this on the go and the artist gets compensated. There's many ways in which it's going to change how the world is, the art is getting consumed in the real life. And this is, I think, where the next steps are going to be for blockchains, not stay on the computer where it actually shines, but blend themselves in the real world and facilitate all of this data is being exchanged. And yeah, that's about it. I wanted to put a little thank you image because I like to work with text on my systems, but I lost this algorithm. So you have a hello instead. Yeah, thanks for listening to this talk. If you have any questions, feel free to ask those questions. I believe.
Seifert, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you so much for your presentation. Can you tell us a bit more about your NFT art market platform, FX Hash? Do you, like, everyone who wants can mint there? Do you create somehow the works are there? How many artworks do you have on this platform?
Yeah. So one thing that's important to me, and as mentioned before, is when you're an artist and you reach the state where you have something to put out there, I feel that there should be platforms that can accept your work right away, like you have the freedom to post on these platforms. And when I wanted to post generative art at the time being on blockchains, I didn't have the opportunity to post anywhere because the existing platforms were, first of all, on expensive blockchains and were curated at the entrance, which made posting there impossible. And it's not like how I envisioned the blockchain technologies. So I built FXH with this paradigm in mind, be open to people so that they can post everything that they want and centered around generative art. And currently there's been thousands of artists that posted on FX. There's, I don't know the exact number, but I believe almost 20,000 different projects on the platform. And we've had more than 1 million of single iterations of these works generated. These iterations being actual NFTs where collectors have the ownership of their iteration.
Well, the forgeries is a serious problem on NFT art market, the fakes, so to say. Like, how do you deal with those in your platform?
The fakes, the scams?
Yeah, like forgeries, yeah.
So in December, people started to see that there was money to make on the platform. And suddenly we saw some artists posting there. But of course, these were people impersonating existing artists using their name and the code that they posted on other platforms already. And we saw this and we decided to take actions to, you know, protect this artist and protect the collector base. And we have a pretty rudimentary system, but it works very well now. So we wanted to keep the open nature of the platform, but we needed to be able to moderate and protect collectors and artists. So what we did is that there is no 3 hours delay. Once you post a work, if you're not verified on the platform, there's a 3-hour delay before people can mint an iteration of the piece. And during this delay, we have some time, you know, to check the legitimacy of the work, if the artist is actually the one that produced it. And if, and only if we have serious proofs that this is a suspect, that we really need to investigate this more thoroughly, we can block the mint until we come to a decision. And it's a system where there is manual moderation. So the community is involved in finding this and reporting these tokens. And eventually there is a bit of centralization because a few people can make the call, okay, this work like doesn't fall into our guidelines. And we've established like pretty strict guidelines now on what should be moderated and what shouldn't. And we keep those guidelines open to the community to make sure that we're not crossing a line at some point, because we want to avoid centralization being, you know, a gate for artists publishing on the platform.
Yeah, talking about centralization, here in the chat, there is one suggestion by Isaac, like he's asking, what about forking, using the forking technique as with code on GitHub to legitimize the artist, basically using community for this? Do you, how do you envision this? Is it something, could it be useful or it's too much?
I'm not sure that I understand the question quite correctly. Like forking on GitHub, I don't see how it's related to detecting scams in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I think he meant more like using community for this work, that the community can kind of also do the deal with forgeries for the platform, basically.
So we have a report system. Well, we used to have a report system that was on-chain, so people could send their report. And if X reports were registered in a certain time span, we would hide the work from the platform until a moderation team will check its legitimacy. The problem with that approach is that not everyone on the blockchain is nice. And so some people, you know, are creating some bots to report something and trick the system into putting a work into scam. And then you have an artist that's been put into the scam directory, and you have to explain to them that, you know, it was someone with malicious intent that did that. And so eventually, like, the report system was moved off chain now on Discord, so everyone can create a post and explain their concerns given certain work. And it's a lot of work, and it's not easy, you know, to...
I hear you. So about a lot of work, how big is your team? Like how if someone wants to do the same, open up the platform, like how big's supposed to be the team? Like how easy or how difficult is to open and then run the platform?
It's a tricky question. There's different components at play. The first one is, how many do you need to be to open a platform like that? You need to be 1 people. Well, I was alone when I launched it, and I was alone for the first week, and I was the only developer for the first month, like 4 or 5 months. But eventually, you know, people like the project and offered their help to moderate the community, to start organizing the Discord and everything. And as the platform grew, this team like started to become, you know, more solid. There were like people that wanted to stay, others that didn't want, and we like organically built a team out of these people that were engaged in the project and liked the project. And now we are a team of 13 people. We've transitioned for people like doing this on their own time for free to everyone is getting paid for doing what they are doing, with like some more structure of the company and things like that. But in the beginning, it was really it was chaotic.
Like all great beginnings, right?
I don't know.
Okay, Cypher, thank you so much. Please stick around. We will have a panel in the end, and audience, you can ask your questions in the chat, and we will address them during the panel, the question sessions. Thank you again, and we will now continue with our next speaker is Sylvain Levy. He's a collector, and he founded his collection together with his wife Dominique, called DSL Collection already in 2005. And Sylvain asked me like before the conference, saying like, I'm collector, you know, why you wanted me to invite to this conference? Well, I think it's important that we hear different perspectives and also talk to the people like who are actually collecting these digital formats, and also using the digital means for sharing the culture and broadening the audience, and also as a tool for distributing the artworks. So DSL collection is very interesting in this perspective, because they are open for digital formats, and they are particularly interested, or they have actually Chinese art collection, and they write about themselves that collection must think beyond established rules and boundaries. Openness, nomadism, and sharing are fundamental concepts of the DSL collection. The collectors wish to explore new, alternative ways of experiencing contemporary art. Sylvain, floor is yours, and we are looking forward to learn more about your collection and strategies.
Can you hear me? Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. And as you said, I'll try to perhaps give you another perspective, art and technology, and a perspective of what we've experienced now for 17 years. the previous presentation was absolutely, for me, inspiring. It was because it came from an artist's point of view. And now you will have perhaps another point of view from a collector, but a collector who has decided, collectors, because it's with my wife, we have decided to share the collection with the public. So, I have a, let's see if it's work.
Collecting is not only an art of living but also an exciting way to take part in the debate of how a human-centric project can navigate the digital age between utopia and dystopia.
This is a little bit what I would like to present today. And through our experiences, I will show you how when you speak of art and technology, and when you speak of technology and the society, you are always moving between dystopian and utopian, I shall say, challenges. First, in a few words, I would like to present the DSL collection. With my wife, we've been collecting for 37 years, but the DSL collection began in 2005. And for us, it's a kind of cultural entrepreneurial project, which is based on three things. First, it's a family adventure, and I should say all the family is today in this adventure, and especially my daughter, who is now in charge of all the new programs. It's a collection of Chinese contemporary art, only focused on Chinese contemporary art. But what was very important is that we decided in 2005 that we wanted the collection to speak constantly the language of its time. Constantly the language of its time, not only by the works which were collected, but also by the way we wanted to share it, because at this moment, we decided that we wanted the collection to be public. So this is a little bit an overview of the collection. What are, for us, I shall say, the question that we always ask ourselves? The art challenged the technology, and the technology inspires the art. It's very important. It's always art. It's always technology who serves art and not art who serves technology. This is very, very important in the way we collect, in the way we share. It's always art first, human first, and technology after. How the technology inspires the art. And I've taken you some example of artwork that we have collected in the collection. For instance, in 2005, we've collected video game artwork by Frank Mengbo. We've collected Shule Sheng, also, which was an internet installation, which was presented in Paris, at Palais Tokyo. Naturally, RMB City, which is a kind of utopian city presented by Chao Fei. We collected also an artist called Lu Yang, which has installed, I should say, infused in her artworks avatars. And we've collected, finally, a crypto with Zhang Liu, Crypto SR, last 2 years ago. So you can see that technology and art has always been part of the way of the artworks that we've collected. Now, the other question is how art challenges the technology, and especially how we want to use the technology to, I should say, make the art world pushing the boundaries of, I shall say, reaching people, raising questions, and perhaps also making the world in which we are more human. As I said to you, we wanted this collection to speak the language of its time. So since 2005, we've really surfed on the digital twin, on the digital wave. 2011, we were the first one to have an iPad. But just I noticed in 2012, we also had a museum in Second Life. Let's forget it on this slide. 2015, we had a VR museum. 2021, we went into video games, and 2021 also went into the metaverse. So you can see that for us, we haven't discovered the technology or the digital world after the COVID, but we have really experienced through different types of technology how art and technology can be used to share the collection. Virtual reality. I will begin with virtual reality because virtual reality was for me a game changer. Because till today, you're looking at a screen, a video screen, a cinema screen, your iPhone. With virtual reality, you are immersed in the space. So already it changed a lot how it will impact, I shall say, the relation between an artwork and the viewer.
A virtual museum complements and enhances the museum experience through personalization, interactivity, and richness of content.
This is a very interesting definition of what is the difference between a virtual museum and a normal museum. And I think that what is interesting is the idea of enhancing the museum experience and bringing personalization, interactivity, and a new types of content. So when you go into virtual reality or when you go into digital, you not just mirror the offline online, you have to create a new type of experience. And what is interesting is that in the future, one of the solutions will be portable and personal museums. I will present you some images of our virtual museum. Why we have created a virtual museum? Because many of our works are very big installations that we cannot show in a real, I shall say, real space or real time. So we have created this virtual museum, and you will see that in this presentation, in some of the images, we have put inside some of our installations, which someone are 40 meter high, like you will see the golden stairs, but also we have a lot of installations which are at least 6 meter high, or even paintings 15 meter long. With this virtual reality experiences, because we've done a certain number of, shall I say, projects based on virtual reality, one of the goals was to try to reach missing audience, especially the young people. By bringing virtual reality, you bring gamification, and you can, I shall say, attract young people because it's like a video game. But the other audience that we were looking and really trying to reach was the old people who have not the capability, the capacity to go to museum or to travel, people who are in retirement houses. Tomorrow, with a mask, they will be capable to see an exhibition in New York, Shanghai, or in Hong Kong. And so this is a huge human utopia dream that we would like to achieve by bringing to this type of population this new type of tools. What was very interesting when the COVID arrived, we noticed that a lot of people went online, and most of the experiences were very bad because it was just a mirror of the offline online. So we decided to try to understand who were the people who mastered the best the screen. And naturally, we looked at the video game. The video game is in the world. The video gamers are more than 2 billion people. I shall say a community of 2 billion people. And what is interesting is that this community has also an economic model which is functioning, which is not the case for the museum, because at this moment, there is no museum in the world which covers it overhead. And so we went into video game to learn more about gaming, gamification. And what was very interesting is that we learned naturally about bringing joy, which is very important in an art experience, escapism and entertainment. And we have created one of the first, I think, the first video game where you can have the balance between, I shall say, a video game and, I shall say, the metrics of success of a video game and the metrics of success of an art experience. It was a video game created by a Hong Kong team, Alan Kwan and Alison Young, and it was a huge success. This video game has received many, many prizes, and especially it was nominated the best serious game by Tencent for indie games 2 years ago. And so we noticed that we can bring into the video games, we can bring something new, which is art. But also we understood how with video game, we can more gamificate, we can more give a gamification aspect to all our experiences. The metaverse. We came naturally to the metaverse. Why? Because if you look at how we moved from 2010, we moved from Second Life, virtual reality, video games, and social networks. If you add all these types of experience, you are capable to, I shall say, to produce a metaverse experience, because a metaverse experience is a mixture of all that. But the metaverse for us is a landmark. The concept of the metaverse is a landmark in how the human being is going to, I shall say, to experience its life. What is the metaverse? Virtual reality was about living in a space, experiencing something in a space. The metaverse will be being yourself in this space, yourself with your avatar. You will live in this space. You will live in this space, you will consume in this space, we will connect with people in this space. So you will be yourself, different. This is a huge, huge difference, that you will be with another personality. And not just one personality, many personalities. And that's bring on the table a lot of utopian and dystopian challenges. And let me present you some of the projects that we are having on the metaverse at this moment. What is interesting, and let me go back to the metaverse, is not just about yourself being in a space called the metaverse, but it's also about having interconnected experiences where you can go with your avatar and your friends with their avatar in different types of experiences. So we have created different types of experiences, I shall say, to begin this, I shall say, test and learn on the notion of the metaverse. The first one is with NYU. With NYU Tisch School, we have recreated the Washington Square Garden. And in this garden, we have already had exhibitions, we had already performances, artists making performances with the avatars, and we will have many other events inside. So this is something also very important, is that the metaverse should not be just an experience, that should be an experience which is constantly constantly used in, I shall say, in a normal way we use our real life. The other one is with Shenzhen. Shenzhen, it was very interesting. We created a space with the Shenzhen Pingshan Fine Art Museum. By the way, I'm on the board of this museum. And what was very interesting is that we created a space where we took 7 works of the collection. And you would enter in a space, you can see the work, the original work of the collection. You can experience the original work of the collection. And then after, you can go in another room and you can see an enhanced version of the work. If I can make you a parallel, it's like in music, you can go, the authentic way to listen to music is to go to a concert, a live concert. The digital way is to go to Spotify, but people today discover music with video clips on YouTube. I think it's very important also now, also, if we want to disseminate art, is also to create new types of experiences that can speak the language of its time. Let me show you some videos, a few images of this presentation. Since time is running, I have to go a little bit quicker. Our new project is very, very, very ambitious. We are creating now an Ukrainian pavilion on the metaverse. And this Ukrainian pavilion, in this Ukrainian pavilion, there will be art, music, fashion design, important museums, Ukrainian museums on this metaverse. It's a very ambitious program, but just to give you one number, we had a call for artists for this platform. We had 250 artists who has, I shall say, submitted their artworks. And today we are partnered with also, for instance, the Ukrainian Fashion Week and many, many fashion designers. And this is very important because it's not just about giving accessibility to artworks, to artists, but it's also about preservation. And so this Ukrainian museum will be a very complete project on the metaverse, and naturally it will be linked with the other projects that already we have. Coming back to dreams and dystopia, I shall say that there is 2 ways to look at the metaverse. The dystopian way is, I shall say, the meta way to look at it. It means it's a corporate way to look at the metaverse. And the other way is to build on the metaverse your own world. It's perhaps utopian. Perhaps it remember you what happened in the internet, in the beginning of the internet. But at least at this moment, what we want to create with DSL are spaces of freedom and happiness. The other, I shall say, dream that we have, we want to recreate the idea of cyber flannery. We want people to rediscover that internet is about also escapism, is about taking your time to enjoy. And perhaps this is a kind of desired reality, but what we want is really to bring experiences where people will feel the desire to spend their time with their friends. As for virtual artists, I should say the question is augmentation versus replacement. It's not only about virtual artists, it's also about influencer. And it's interesting to see what will be the future of the influencers. The only thing that I can tell you, which is very, I should say, a landmark also, there's a company called In-World Artificial Intelligence. They just raised $50 million to bring emotion into avatars. So you see that avatars now, we are moving to something a little bit different than just avatars. And this is a kind of, I should say, a slide where it shows you a little bit how we have moved from idol brand to influencers and now to virtual artists. And when we speak of virtual artists, today we are supporting a project with a virtual artist, and let me present her project.
Our work is focused on who we choose to express ourselves as in reality and now digitally are not masks of each other, but blend and become complexly layered, with emotions re-expressed and reinterpreted through the one universal language that will withstand the test of time and technology.
So you see, we are pushing the boundaries also with a kind of double personality, an artist and his avatar, and how the two will move into the art world. But the biggest challenge remains virtual empathy. The biggest challenge for the artist, how you can bring empathy with using NFT. And the biggest challenge is with all these new ways of sharing images, sharing experiences, how we can bring empathy. What are my closing thoughts? I think that what we have seen, that today everybody has a digital twin. We are writing the new era of the human being, and especially the young generation, they will move very easily from the avatar to their real person. The real question will be, are we going to look at it, at this, the human being as only user, consumer, or having a human centric? And this is very, very important for us. If we want the world not to be like 1984 2.0, we have always to center all our, I shall say, our thoughts and our strengths and our energy in this idea of human-centric, and art is the best way to do it. I would like to finish by a personal touch. You know, we've left the idea of a collection which is only fetishizing artwork. And we went into this journey. And I can tell you, this journey can really make ordinary person have an extraordinary life. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvain, for telling us about the DSL collection projects and also the ideas and the concept behind. I allow myself one short question here. Practically speaking, like what does it mean to have digital or virtual museum? Because you are a collection, and if we look even at big institutions, they are really struggling to have virtual museum platforms, and it's difficult to maintain them and so on. So can you tell us, like, what does it mean to create a virtual museum and to maintain it and to also curate exhibitions there?
I think that what we have decided in the beginning was to be a phygital collection. Naturally, all the works that are digital are physical. And also we loan a lot of works to museums. We made exhibitions with the collection. But we decided, because when we began the collection in 2005, it was the beginning of YouTube. And we decided that it could be interesting also to speak the language of its time by, I shall say, looking at what will happen and what was happening in the digital world. And so when we decided to, I shall say, to navigate, to surf on the digital wave, it brought us from a website to the metaverse. And I think this is very important today. And it brings to what is very fundamental for me. Fundamental for me is the center of all the projects is who is the audience, how you can make yourself relevant for the audience. And it makes that you establish new types of metrics of success, for instance. The metrics of success are no more about numbers, the biggest museum, the biggest collection, the most expensive collection. The new metrics of success for us is about being influential, being singular, being accessible, being empathic. So when you move from the traditional definition of a museum to this kind of definition, it's no more about objects. It's about, I should say, pushing the mindset of the people in new directions.
Sorry, I was muted. Talking about the audience, how much audience do you receive in this virtual museum of your collection?
It's a good question. First, the audience is when we go physically and we show the museum. I can tell you, whenever we went physically with the headset, people were queuing. Naturally, today, the virtual museum with headset is limited in terms of accessibility because not many people have headsets. And it's the same thing with the metaverse. We are in the infancy of, I shall say, a new way to connect with life. But with innovation, you have two ways to react. Either you say, okay, and wait and see. Either you say, I test and learn. And I think that's what is very important is to test and learn. And having had this experience since 2005, I think we have tested and learned a lot of things that would be very, very useful when it will become mainstream virtual reality and the metaverse.
Yeah, thank you. Sylvain, please stay with us on the backstage. We will have a panel after Eva Jaeger's presentation. Thank you again. So we go forward with our next speaker, Eva Jaeger. She's a curator of Arts and Technologies program at Serpentine Gallery in London, which is a public arts program especially dedicated to the challenges and the role of technology, which reshapes our culture and society. So they are commissioning artists and producing different public programs in order to talk about these challenges and role of technology in our society. A part of this, she is also co-investigator in Creative AI Lab together with her colleagues, and she's also a creative practitioner forming an artist group, Legart and Jaeger. Eva, I would like to welcome you, and the floor is yours.
Great. Can you hear me okay? And can you see my slides?
Yeah, everything looks beautiful.
Okay. Let me just see if I can figure out how to advance my slides. Yes. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I think you guys are nearing the end of your day. I'm joining from London, where my day is just getting started. So thank you all for your continued attention. And thank you to all the previous speakers. I've been listening since the morning and really enjoyed the conversation. So, yeah, I mean, you already gave my intro, but I guess sort of what I wanted to say is that along with, presenting this as a practitioner from the lab, obviously because that has more to do with the kind of themes around AI, I thought it was important just to mention that I've also been on the other side of the equation as an artist. and that I'm really thinking about how to instrumentalize my role within a legacy institution. So I'll start with just talking about the AI Lab, which got started in 2020 with my colleague Mercedes Bunz, who researches out of the Digital Humanities Department at King's College London. And since then, the lab has grown to include other members, including Dr. Daniel Harris-Chavez and Dr. Joanna Zelinska. And also we have a PhD researcher who works within the lab, Alistair Milne. And in a nutshell, the purpose of the lab is to surface particular ways in which artists make use of machine learning to create models for engagement with these technologies. And I'm going to keep circling in on that idea of the model for institutions. So we produce, discussions and readers, and we write papers and articles. But what's really important is that we commission work at the prototyping stage of artistic development. And we also are very interested in how to engage with the public. So we invent new ways of engaging artists and audiences with machine learning art. For this conference, Electric Dreams, it's asking what are the dreams and dystopias of our times, where are we now, and what possible futures are open to us, if any. And since Luba and Memo and Rafiq have already touched on the kind of incredible possibilities of machine learning art and imagination and creativity, and Seifert and Sylvain spoke a lot about kind of new audiences and distribution models for commercial art and how to get artists paid and all of these really important things. I thought that it would be useful for me to answer this question by speaking about the future of machine learning at public museums specifically. And at the intersection of artists who work with machine learning and public institutions, because I have with my team at Serpentine a particular fascination with how we can remodel current contemporary commissioning public museums into kind of new platforms for artist-led research and development in the machine learning field. And so these are some of the questions that I'm working with in my day-to-day job, but also in the lab. Are institutions relevant to artists who work in this space? I mean, I'm curious to hear from Seifert, if you think artists are just going to transition to these kinds of platforms where they can actually be remunerated for their work, which has always been a huge problem of the kind of like art market or institutional pipeline. Do our institutions need to provide more infrastructure than an exhibition platform? So what part of the development of a project and its R&D do art museums need to be able to facilitate and give infrastructure for? Are they just showing it at the end? And does that build the kind of really fertile ecosystem to support this kind of work? How can the financial burden of large scale ML integrated works be shared across the public and private sector? What production and technical capabilities do museums need in order to commission these works? And how should we communicate these projects to relevant networks and also newbie audiences? And when I say relevant networks, I really mean like, how can art be involved in the larger AI ecosystem? And it's my position, partially because I'm invested in this field, but also, just from my research in it, is that there are capabilities within contemporary commissioning institutions that provide value to the wider AI ecosystem and that don't really seem to exist anywhere else. So their interface to public audiences, which I've talked about, their civic mandate, which I think is really important. And there's a difference between showing art to a public or having something publicly accessible and being considered a public institution where your metrics and your funding is contingent on serving certain civic goals. The art field also has a great ability to bring together and work with interdisciplinary teams, and often that work is about building common languages and basically facilitating a kind of creating a roadmap for those teams to work together and have mutual benefit. A lot of newer or like kind of forward-thinking contemporary art institutions now are investing in in-house production capabilities. Certainly we are. And as curators, our role really expands beyond the sort of traditional scope of a curator to also include being technical producers. And then just the ability to turn discourse into prototypes. So of course, the question is like, where do you start remodeling? And I think the biggest insight for me in my own work, working with machine learning and commissioning and working with the teams that are making this work over long periods of time, is that, you know, what we consider, or what we are calling, or what I'm calling the kind of front end of the artwork, that's what would go in a catalog or the typical installation, is merely the tip of the iceberg. And this morning we talked a lot about prompt engineering, and this is slightly different from the way that I've been working with artistic and development teams that I've produced with. So I'm just going to stick to these more bespoke kind of team-led model creation, so just to keep to my own experiences, but maybe it's something we can come back to later, how this kind of prompt engineering is changing this pipeline. But what undergirds this work, the front end, the rest of the iceberg, is the entire machine learning operations infrastructure. And that's, you know, not even to mention the kind of socio-political or earth layers. Like for this argument, I'm just sticking to the technical. And I've highlighted the nodes at which the art world intervenes. And I would say that the nodes at which the art world has technical influence are even fewer. And I guess you could ask, why should the art world intervene, or why should public institutions intervene? And I'll use a quote from my colleague Mercedes, who says, if art and humanities distance themselves from the nitty-gritty technology through siloed critique, they will become irrelevant. So with this in mind, understanding the way in which artists and distributed teams, interdisciplinary teams already operate in the technical, it led us to develop this theory of art's relevance, which is very rooted in machine learning R&D. And it takes place in what we're calling the back end. And this has been a really useful way also for us to sidestep the metaphor of automation, because obviously the teams involved in the design of these systems are so integral. So we're defining the kind of back end, whether on an industrial scale or a sort of DIY scale, as a feedback layer or the working environment. And it's where we allow, or where the practitioner is allowed to interact with the model or data in a meaningful way. And I'm borrowing from Memo's chapter on meaningful human interaction from his thesis. I think he also mentioned this morning. And we propose this where you see in green, this feedback layer as the actual site of art making with machine learning, the actual material rather than what's traditionally seen. And it also happens to be the site where we can have most influence over cultural production by machine learning. And here I'm going to talk a little bit about the work that Mercedes has done in this field. So the concept of meaning making described by Stuart Hall, among others, is a process of both encoding and decoding. And this mode of cultural production has now been taken up by machine learning through deep learning. So understanding machine learning as having the capacity to make meaning is crucial if we follow Hall's logic, because then meaning can also be made by calculation. And that's a task that we regularly assign to machine learning. And so this proposes a paradigm shift that the core work of culture, the making of meaning, can now also be made And by that we mean processed, analyzed, calculated by machine learning. And it kind of confirms that the conceptual meaning of works made with machine learning technologies is inseparable from its technical meaning and its technical creation. And it can only really be understood by engaging with those technologies in the back end. Okay, so with this work and this, sites of value in mind, I found this really interesting from the Oxford Institute this year. They delineated kind of creative AI between the technical community, the cognitive sciences and philosophy, kind of academia, and the public, and then the art world, in which they included media arts. And they were sort of saying like, how are we distinguishing these worlds differently, and what is the remit of these different spaces? So within the technical community, machine learning researchers are producing new algorithms for creative results like deep dream, style transfer, many of the things we've talked about today. And therefore our technical conferences and their focus is techniques and visuals. In academia, researchers are working on algorithmically replicating creative human behavior, and I would say like also non-human behavior. The public here are interfacing with GAN breeders and Instagram AI art. And the art world is using emerging tech as a tool in a toolbox to produce works. And therefore as traditional gallery exhibits, and their focus is aesthetics and criticality. And then in media art, they're taking the technology as a focus and reflecting on it also through exhibitions. So I noticed kind of two major things here, that the art world is purely, the public art institution would be considered purely a venue. And that the public is left kind of, with GAN breeders and Instagram art. And for me, that's like, there's no way of engagement and there's no agency within. And, obviously this is just one report. And, it was created for specific reasons, and I'm sure the authors have their reasons. But I see two issues here which come up again and again. And I would say that these are also opportunities for us, for public arts institutions, to address these two issues with the capabilities that I described before. So it's an opportunity for arts institutions to imagine themselves as more than just venues, that they should become platforms for artist-led R&D, which feed into the larger AI ecosystem, and that they should be investing in more robust spaces for public engagement with machine learning practices as an interface into the technologies themselves as they're being made. And for me, this really comes back to Memo's point about access to infrastructure in order to develop creativity and criticality. I mean, at a policy level and at an institutional level, we need to decide what kind of practices we want to support, by what means and to what ends. Otherwise, we're going to end up with kind of a purely commercial field with tech companies as main art patrons and with tools that are ultimately developed, like Memo said, for behavior change. And, to what extent does the public kind of policy infrastructure need to think about how they're going to, first of all, value artists in this space and give them the tools to actually intervene and participate and be self-critical and make things with the community. So in order to remodel my curatorial work at the gallery, Mercedes and I, through the creation of this Creative AI Lab, have built a kind of interoperability between our two institutions. That means that we could harness their research capabilities and they could harness our access to the public and ability to prototype and experiment physically and technically. And I should mention that this is part of a larger effort on the part of Serpentine's Arts Tech team to develop several labs that we consider of strategic importance. And that fits under an umbrella of the R&D platform, which is an effort that's led by Victoria Ivanova. So being part of this kind of chimeric organization, the Creative AI Lab, allows us to access both academic and public and private funding, which is really crucial. And the way that that funding is allocated, especially in research, allows us access to much longer lead times to develop work from the kind of conceptual stage, team building stage, all the way through technical prototyping. And we've also designed this to be a space where there's much less emphasis on the front end of the project. So a lot of these projects, may not come to fruition at Serpentine, but they're tested and built within the lab, and then they can go on to other platforms. And it gives us the sort of rigor of making our ideas accessible to the public, but also we are keeping up with the sort of latest theoretical and technical research through KCL, their AI Institute, through the Digital Humanities Department. And furthermore, it allows us to put ideas into practice. I mean, I think what I've been surprised to see, in my short time of interfacing with this kind of academic environments is that live prototyping and making of things isn't really happening. And so that, the idea that you learn through making a system or you learn through trying to remake a system because you can't figure out how it's made doesn't exist as much in that context. So in the last couple of minutes, I'll just talk about some of the kind of prototypes that we're running, these prototype commissions that sort of remain in play. One is with the artist Danielle Braithwaite Shirley, who is currently developing a big kind of live action / video game installation. And we are part of the very early testing of new AI assisted game navigation. So using the face to navigate, using crowd dynamics to navigate through the game, using vision tracking to navigate through the game. And that's something that we've done in a period of research and development with the artists and the extended team over 6 months during the year. And we're going to continue working on that project. A project we've been working on for several years now is with Ethic Lab and Orphan Drift, spearheaded by Maggie Roberts. And it's called the Interspecies Research Communication Initiative. And we've been working on purely the kind of conceptual, I would say conceptual R&D, which is to design the experiment itself. So there's a larger consortium of biologists and machine learning consultants. But in this project, for instance, at this stage, we're really at the theoretical development, and we're sort of understanding how the way that we design the experiment is hugely influential in terms of like redeveloping how we think about interspecies communication and how we use, in this case, cephalopod intelligence, what we consider its intelligence, how we designate its intelligence, whether it's by itself in a mesocosm, whether it's the animal in the mesocosm, etc. Like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this project, but it's just endlessly fascinating in the design itself before you even start coding anything or even start measuring anything, how you conceptualize the experiment. This is a place I really think that museums should be involved in. And finally, I mentioned that we're interested in kind of prototyping new ways of engagement with audiences. So over the last couple of years, we have been developing 2 different programs, the R&D Labyrinth series and a game for artists to talk about the technical side of their practices called HiveMind. And these have been experimental ways to interface with an audience. They're kind of like editorial formats almost, but they've been designed in collaboration with artists. And we find that we can kind of gear these either towards a specific network or towards a more general audience. And that maybe time for me to wrap up. So I can just kind of go over the sort of key line of thinking here. So I started by asking how we can create new institutional models for engagement with machine learning technologies. And I suggested that there are capabilities within public arts orgs that are really underutilized when they're considered purely venues, or when they're funded as purely venues or supported in that way. And furthermore, that using only front-end artifacts of machine learning, it's kind of like artifacts that come out at the end, undermines the real value of the work. And that by harnessing the R&D capabilities of arts orgs in these like interoperable relationships with other sectors, be that academia, technical sector, innovation sector, maybe new distribution platforms. And by focusing on the sites of artistic innovation, backend, we can reconfigure how to bring the public into engagement with these technologies. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Eva, for such a wonderful presentation. Some questions to you before we start the panel. It's I love the work you do at Serpentide's gallery, and also together with the King's College, and it's I don't know if you agree with me, but it sounds like a luxury to have this time for thinking and learning and coming up with new kind of formats to engage and to understand the recent technology. Do you agree in this or not? In terms of, like, you know, typical art institution model is that, you know, they do exhibition program 3-5 years in advance, and they have this and this and this exhibitions, and artists have to deliver. One artwork goes down, fake walls go down, new are built, and so on. So there is no time for learning. Like, what are we talking about here?
That's definitely true. I mean, I'm part of a really special team that has a legacy of thinking really critically about what are we doing here. But I would say that part of it is a kind of urgency around feeling like the current model is very broken, and like that we can see what's going to happen right in front of us. Like I described, this kind of like tech company as patrons, artists being instrumentalized to kind of placemake within these tech platforms. And like, I think for us, it's just that we see this, this future, and that's not a place I want to work in. So I guess it is a luxury, absolutely. I mean, I get to do, you know, what I love and what I'm really interested in, but it's also kind of self-preservation and preservation of the sector, as it's, you know, underfunded and understaffed, and, you know, everyone is sort of like at a breaking point. We're really trying to take that as an opportunity to imagine other models and like quickly reconfigure. And of course, when I give a talk about it, it sounds like super organized and I don't know. I think that you know, you should all know that we are participating in the messiness of it all, and it does feel quite chaotic at times. But I think that I'm more comfortable with that than just like participating in the system as usual.
Yeah, I see. But as a curator, I think it's particularly challenging to work with these formats, especially like when we take into account the technology, especially deep learning, are evolving so rapidly. Like, for instance, I don't know, yesterday GAN was relevant, today it's not. Like how you kind of organize your work, or how do you work with such formats when, you know, by the time you are, I don't know, writing something or organizing exhibition, it might be totally outdated. Like what's your strategy here? How do you work?
I mean, it's really the impetus for the R&D platform. I mean, that's to develop a kind of internal intelligence in these areas of strategic relevance. So we have creative AI, blockchain, life sciences, legal lab. That's exactly what those nodes within the R&D platform are supposed to provide to us. So there's a kind of feedback system, and each of us on the curatorial and production side are more or less involved with a lab. You know, I'm very involved with the creative AI lab, but that doesn't mean that my other colleagues who aren't involved, you know, get that sort of kickback of all of that research. And likewise, you know, I get that from the other labs. And this isn't it. I just want to mention that for us, this is really about the entire sector. It's not about Serpentine, you know, coming out on top. We are really trying to share this with a larger community, and this idea of interoperability that I mentioned with King's like is very important to us. We would work with other universities, we work with UCL or Abertay or whatever. You know, we're trying to create like a non-competitive ecosystem where we're sharing and discussing, so that each curator doesn't necessarily need to stay on top of everything, but they're plugged into a kind of network of art and technology intelligence. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's now a good moment to invite all the other speakers to the panel, that we can open discussion to the wider audience too, and hear some comments from the other speakers. Okay. Okay, we are ready, I think so. Perfect. Sylvain, you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was carefully listening to everybody, and I have a very simple question. What is the definition of art today? And what do you think will be relevant as the mainstream in the future when we speak of art? The other question is, we spoke a lot of technology. Can we, I shall say, have soul when something is done by technology? Where is the part of the human soul when, I shall say, we are going into this direction? Perhaps it's a little bit provocative, but I think that as an old collector, I'm still perhaps attached to perhaps an old notion of what could be art.
Okay, let's start with the first question, the notion of art. Someone wants to say something of this.
Yeah. Pretty tricky questions to begin with. I mean, like, we are 7 billion people on the planet, maybe 8, I don't know now. And we all relate differently to art, right? And it's all about having enough tools to have access to art and be able to find the content that we relate to. I believe, like, again, there's no right definition of art, it's subjective. So quite hard to answer this question. I wonder what's your take on this? And maybe you started to elaborate your thoughts with your second question, like trying to relate, trying to establish this definition by taking technology into account. And again, great question. And what do we feel when we meet technology? And we all have different experiences. And I believe the fact that we were the new generation is born in technology, like we very much we connect very easily emotionally with this because we have so many experiences built upon technology. And I believe this will be something that will make connecting with technology much easier. And again, it depends on how we utilize these tools or what the artists are going to do with this. How far the tools are going to be in being able to not manipulate, but talk to the brain of humans. Right now it's a screen, but what if at some point we can press a button and we feel something in the brain through injection of chemical or something? Like, I mean, we could speak about this for hours because there's many paths to explore. And yeah, quite a broad question.
Eva, do you want to add something to this?
So what is art and where is the soul in technology? I guess I subscribe to the kind of Boysian, everyone is an artist, everything is an artwork. I think that the art market and art institutions define what art is and who's an artist, often very unfairly. And I guess what I'm most interested in is how artists use their work to discover the world. And I think that when we pay attention to like I said, the artistic artifact, we overemphasize it because that's convenient for the commercial market. We miss out on the work that art can do in the process of its creation. And that's what's interesting for me. And in terms of the soul of technology, I mean, I really like Ursula Le Guin's definition of technology. She says something like, technology is the active human interface to the world. I don't have the quote in front of me. And I think, the inclusion of the human in that definition is so important. I mean, I think we're kind of past the idea of the human versus the machine, and we understand that we are very interrelated. And so I see the soul in all of this technology. I see the human soul in the natural worlds, I see them as very linked together, entangled.
Yeah, it's amazing that this notion of art question still follows humanity through the centuries. And I guess this every new invent of technology, we are coming back again, so to say, to the root questions and asking this again, which is, I think, not bad because in the end, like, people want to kind of find the meaning on everything new they see and the changes also. So I think here is also a perfect point maybe to switch to a bit different question, like but not less passionate about NFTs. So they have been around for some years. But still, we have very polarized opinions. So one part of the audience love them, and they're huge fans and collectors of those, and the others really are against this. So, Seifert, what do you say to the people who hate NFTs?
Well, I start by saying that NFTs are a tool, and as such, opinions that we have about it should be opinions about the tools. And if these are not opinions about the tool itself, then it means that they are biased because of an utilization of this tool. And that maybe there are other utilizations that we haven't considered when forging our opinion. And that's when I like to introduce other utilization of these tools and talk about how it's meaningful for artists, how it's meaningful for collecting digital art, and all of this. And unfortunately, the media coverage of NFT has mostly been through what's been sold a lot. So profile pictures such as apes, Basie, And of course, when you see that as non-NFT, non-crypto people, you're like, this is meaningless. Like, this is sold for millions of dollars and it's JPEG or something. And of course, you don't have the technical background to understand, or nor the small introduction that will be required to understand why this is selling, because it's speculation, not because of the art. Actually, we could even ask, is there any art behind this at all? But yeah, I like to try to broaden the spectrum of the people that have this very polarized and negative opinion towards NFT, which again are just a tool.
But isn't it speculation kind of a natural ingredient of the art market? Sylvain, as a collector, do you buy NFTs, or you prefer the paper contracts from the traditional galleries? How do you kind of act here, or which stand do you take?
Like many people, I had this kind of shock when people was sold at Christie, because we discovered the NFT with a sale, this famous sale at Christie. Before, nobody knew what was NFT, and I still think that a lot of people don't really understand what is NFT. To tell me once again, what is important is always to try to understand our time. And I think the NFT are part of our time. NFT is a new way to authenticate. It's a new way to sell for artists, and your example was very, very good, Sifa. It's a new way to create art. It's a new way to give access to a new market, crypto money. It's a new way to have access to a new community. So for me, NFT is something like that. Then after, naturally, we will collect NFT, like we have collected internet art years ago. I think it's part of our time. It will become more and more important, perhaps different of what it is today. But I think that we cannot neglect NFT. But we have to look at a little bit how it will be out of this hype period, what it will begin, what it will be, but it will be, I think, one of the tools of the future. Undoubtedly, it will be one of the tools of the future.
What about your Ukrainian pavilion? Are you using their NFTs, or how do you support Ukrainian artists?
That's a good question. Naturally, there will be NFTs, and already on VR they are selling NFTs. And naturally, we want to push the boundaries by digital fashion, for instance, selling fashion through NFTs. We want to push the boundaries in the future of creating experiences where experiences which will be monetarized as an exhibition in a museum, creating NFTs and monetizing that. Naturally, I think this is the future. And it's already happening with Fortnite in a certain way, or other platform. But on the metaverse, I think the Ukrainian pavilion will be a very good, for us, case study test to, shall I say, to touch all these questions and to try to bring, shall I say, answers.
There was raised several times this notion of community, also by Seifert, and it has been told that Tezos is community of the community. Seifert, do you agree? Because your platform is also based on Tezos. Like, do you see how do you have community? How communities affect everything what you do?
Yeah, we have a community, and this is said about Tezos, I believe, because of one key factor, is that first of all, the first NFT platform that launched on Tezos, Iketnunk, was very open and kind of underground. But there is also this notion of low transaction fees. So in the biggest blockchain for NFTs is Ethereum. But for instance, when you want to transfer one of your token to another of your account on Ethereum, it costs 50, 70, maybe more, just to do a basic transfer. It costs even more to mint something, to post a project on this blockchain. And as such, it's a big barrier for the artist and for actually anyone who wants to be involved in the ecosystem. And so that's why I believe Tezos reached out to an audience that was a bit left out of this process, as well as an audience that was already a part of the Ethereum. So it covers, a bigger community, but at first it reached out with people that couldn't and somehow had ideals, for eco-friendly blockchain, because Tezos as well was much more optimized in terms of energy. So there were many factors that sort of were the premises required for a very active community and a community that loves what they are doing and maybe are not there for the money, but rather for testing the medium, experimenting, publishing a bit of their soul on this medium. And I think that were components that created this thriving community. And when there is such a thriving community, it attracts more people that share the same ideals and that want to be a part of it. And again, because it's been such a cheap chain for the art for a long time, people were there for reasons other than money at first. Most of them, at least, you couldn't make thousands of dollars with a drop. It was very rare events. And I think it's great. Like this blockchain has grown because of that. And like right now we are seeing the core of the community being these people that we were there from, the beginning, and it's thriving and it's underground and, very active people that are there and share some big ideals.
You mentioned before this platform Hiket Nunc. Although things are decentralized, there was one guy who was running it, and then one day he just decided that he will close the platform. So how we could kind of protect our digital collections and also the creation, like if everything is decentralized, but in the end there are some founders behind.
Yes,
so what is your take on it?
There's the answer built into your question. Raphael, who was behind Hiket Nunc, pulled the plug on the front-end interface, so the website that allows you to interact with the smart contracts. But the community behind it, like in 2 hours, published a new front-end. And because there's this decentralized aspect of the core business, the core of the data is stored on a decentralized application, on the decentralized blockchain, and because the contracts that store this data were written so that nobody can pull the plug at any time, then community was able to reorganize itself and build something out of this. And Hiket Nunc is the best example, I think, today of why decentralization is important for protecting the assets, protecting the collectors, and protecting the artists, the whole community, actually.
Yeah, so community now, they did object, if I'm right, instead of Hiket Nunc.
Yeah, and yeah, we are not ships anymore that are that need to oblige to some rules by company.
Exciting. Eva, question to you, like, have you, in Creative AI Lab, have you investigated the NFT topic, and how do you have any projects on this?
Yeah, I would say definitely through the Creative AI Lab, but more generally, our team is really interested, obviously, in Web3. And I think, we already talked about this, but for us, the most interesting part of the communities that are forming. And we really see that in how productive that they can be, how engaged they are. There's very little need for an institution. So like on a personal level, I'm super interested in them on an in my job, I'm kind of like, where does the institution even exist here? And maybe it's not necessary in these ecosystems, or you could see that as an opportunity to imagine like maybe there are some infrastructures where we can learn from kind of what happened with all of the open source community work that so much of our tech that we regularly use is built on. The very few public institutions are taking care of that open source community, and maybe, museums become sort of like harbingers or spaces for taking care in the same way that like the Internet Archive are or whatever. So kind of like how to be a key and useful community member as an institution is definitely interesting to us. I mean, I think the fact that like generative artists, who are, pioneering in computational art are able to make money off of their practice is like, that cannot be understated. And it's not my field, but I'm not trying to belittle that at all. Like, I think that that's amazing. The fact that people can supplement their art practices and quit their jobs and focus on what they want to be doing. I think that that's amazing.
Here's a question to Sylvain in the chat. Audience are asking how you integrate the large-scale installations and performances into your virtual museum or metaverse project. How do you deal with these formats?
In digital, there is no physical constraints. And for instance, the few images of the virtual museum that I've shown you, it's a museum which is 600 meters long, 550 meters high, and we can change the dimensions whenever you want. No, I think that this is the beauty of not having, I shall say, physical constraints. But the other beauty of not having physical constraints, you can create different types of experiences. Take, for instance, this virtual museum that I've shown you. The first virtual museum that we've made, people were just walking inside. And we've shown this museum to children, and they really played inside. And so we decided to make a new type of museum where instead of just walking, they can fly. And instead of looking at the artwork, they can take the artwork and play with it. So I think we move from contemplation to experience. And using the metaverse or using virtual reality, you have a lot of, I shall say, possibility and creative possibility to make these experiences edutainment, education and entertainment.
Mm-hmm. But then artists specially create for your virtual environment the work, or do you adapt existing work to your environment?
It depends. It depends. What we've done first was to, I shall say, to adapt our works to the environment, but also we had artists creating in VR. We had an artist, Miao Ying, who has created in VR. And more, I think, especially with NFTs, and especially with this Ukrainian museum, we'll have also people creating a special art for this, I shall say, new ways to experiment and to experiment art. Naturally, we will push the boundaries and on that. But what I want to insist is, for me, what is the most interesting thing is how, as a human being, we will interact in this new world. How, as a human being, with our avatars, we will interact inside. How we will create emotion between, I shall say, digital people, digital influencer, digital artists, how they will be creating, I shall say, emotion, coming back to this notion of soul. And I think that the biggest problem that you will face with this digital art and is how you can, I shall say, bring emotion to the people. because the people are still human being, and they react as a human being with a certain type of emotions. And I think this is really the biggest challenge. It's not just only putting artworks, but making these artworks have the same emotion than they have when they have been, I shall say, experienced in the real life.
Well, you mentioned before like gaming, and I think gamers have here particular advantage in all these metaverse environments. So many what I have tested, and including our virtual exhibition, which is built in Unity. I really feel myself a bit left behind and have to practice more how to navigate and what to do in the environment. For instance, for the gamers are kind of a piece of cake. So yeah, we maybe have to change a bit our navigation habits here. But also like what while curating this virtual exhibition, I experienced actually the digital world has limits, and it has their own limits. So you cannot really put whatever format, whatever size of the file. Artists are not happy with the colors, and doesn't glow, and it's not the right size, and so on. So I would say they have just like different limits and different problems, but you know, this working flow and relation between the curators and installers, I would even say it's pretty similar. So we are kind of in the end, it's we are translating this this dialogue, and I don't know, Eva, how do you experience? I think you have this HiveMind project, right? Like how easy was to get artists and audience engaged in this platform?
Well, I do think, yeah, we're at a similar disadvantage, just being this kind of legacy institution. People kind of don't give us the benefit of the doubt. They're like, oh, you're trying to kind of get in this world. But we tried to do it in a way where it was built sort of from an existing community based in Berlin called Trust, who, you know, work cooperatively and in this way and work through knowledge games. And then this is like one iteration of a knowledge game that's sort of like coming from research that's happening within their community. But yeah, I mean, technology has so many limitations, and like producing this work, the art world often doesn't understand the human labor that goes into developing new software, doesn't understand like how to pay people properly, how to build a team properly, how to get something to multiple audiences on all different kinds of devices that, you know, yeah, can talk about this all day. I mean, anyone who works in this field knows that things always go wrong.
Yeah, that's why we name them experiments, right?
Yeah, so we only do experiments.
Okay, here is actually, let's continue with you. Here is one question in the chat. How do you frame the difference in the calculated encoding, decoding of machine learning artworks and the encoding, decoding an artist would do themselves in their brain or paintbrush? Wait, maybe I will paste this question for you. I am a bit lost already myself. Okay.
I think I kind of get the gist. Okay. Like
I copy pasted also for you here.
I mean, this encoding, decoding, like for a long time, computer science, and even like last year when we were in conversation around the grants we were in conversation with the computer science team. They didn't quite agree with this theory of the calculation of meaning was possible. And like they were saying that the computer, you know, can decode, but it's not involved in the encoding process. Through calculation. And actually, you know, if you think about our sort of collective consciousness of like what we think of as a doctor or an apple or a dog or whatever, you know, these, like, I'm just giving a simple example, that calculation of the meaning of those languages, those words as images has been calculated by machine intelligence through like a Google image search algorithm. And like that, I guess that has, you know, that's a very simple example, but it's not different from how we encode and decode meaning. It's just that the scale and the way that it's instrumentalized is different because everyone uses Google image search.
Right. That's true. Here is, I'm picking more questions. So one audience member is asking Sylvain, do you agree that NFT has widened the audience of the digital art? I guess we can also address this to everybody. Back to NFTs.
Naturally, it has augmented the audience. It has created new possibilities for the artists to express themselves and to make a living. It has it had put under the radar artists who will have never existed if the NFT was not existing. And so I'm totally agree with that. That's why I think that NFT will remain and will be part of the art world because of all that. I'm absolutely convinced.
No. Actually, I'm dying to ask Sylvain you one question. Why you focus on Chinese art as collection?
Because I'm crazy. No, you know, you have to be a little bit like Tintin in the Middle Kingdom when you decide to collect Chinese contemporary art, only Chinese contemporary art. When you live in Paris and it's 12,000 kilometers from Beijing and you don't speak the language. You know, we always wanted with my wife to be challenged by our collection. You know, we were collecting design when nobody was collecting design. We always want to, you know, to get a little bit out of our comfort zone. Why we went to Chinese contemporary art? That's a good question, because we happened to go to China in 2005. And when you come from a Sleeping Beauty city like Paris to a Red Bull city like Shanghai, you have a shock. And we do think that art is a mirror of a society. And we wanted to, I shall say, to find the energy that we're experiencing in the city, in the Chinese contemporary art. And, you know, it's always interesting to look at art in special times. Unfortunately, people are looking at Ukrainian art at this time. But I think that what will happen in terms of art in this time in Ukraine will also be very interesting. Very interesting. Remember Picasso with, you know, his paintings and his works related to the war. I think that when we live special times, that's the best art which is produced. And so perhaps it's an answer to your question.
Yeah, I think you also gave an answer to your first question about the notion of art. And maybe a last round of questions, Seifert, like, can you give a few tips to the people who start to collect like NFTs, like what they should buy and what they shouldn't, and
well, I'm not sure that I'm a great example of that, because luckily with my art I make a few cryptocurrency, and the only rule that I have is that I need to like it when I buy it. I don't have any advice regarding is it worth it to buy, or any investment advice. I'm really bad at this. I buy stuff that resonates with me, either technically, conceptually, and yeah, I just enjoy, you know, watching at it and remembering what I felt when I saw it for the first time, what I feel now. did it influence any work on the platform or the platform that I'm seeing? You know, yeah, I have very much a sensitive approach to this.
Okay, just buy what you really enjoy. Yeah, maybe that's the key. And last question to Eva. What kind of projects currently you are working at Serpentine, and what we can see in the near future?
Yeah, we're working on a really exciting project, which we haven't talked about much at all, with an artist called Gabriel Masson. And we're making a multi-level game, and there will be an NFT component. Yeah, we'll be launching in February.
Oh, that's exciting. So we will keep eye on your activities too. And thank you so much, all the speakers, and thank you, audience, for following us and contributing with your questions. If you missed certain part of the panel, everything will be online, so you can watch the recording. And please come back tomorrow. You can find on our website the stream links. We will start again for Europe early morning and for Asia lunchtime at 2 p.m. in Beijing and 8 a.m. in Berlin. So we have Joe Wei, Tristan Broad, and Dragan Jankovic, chaired by our Professor Kang Chang. And after the break, you will see me again, and I will have Masaki Fushikata and Irini Papadimitriou as the speakers, and we'll give also a tour in the virtual exhibition. So come back tomorrow and we will have more speakers. And for today is over. And thank you again, a great panel. And I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Bye.
Really great.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.